Let's do it. Come on in. Come on in now. So, Auntie Leah can do a thing. Yeah, 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 yeah.
Good morning, good morning, good morning. Welcome back to Kickin with Auntie Leah in the Truth Gang. I'm so glad you decided to stop by the channel today, actually. Woo, what a week. We're just waiting on some more people to come in. If I'm gonna get you to share the live.
Another young soul gone, another family change. We march for the truth, but the pain remains. Different faces, same story, just a different name. We grew up here in freedom ring.
Can I please get you to like the live, please? And share the live. I'm going to share the live.
Can't pay the bills, while the wealthy get richer from the top of the hill. Turn on the news and what do we see? More division, more hatred, less unity. They tell us be patient, wait our turn. But how many generations gotta live and learn? We've been knocked down, pushed aside, told to be silent when our people cry. But there's a fire that they can't control, a strength that's buried deep within our souls. My people, hold your head up high. Don't let this world convince you not to try. Through the struggle, through the pain,
just wait on some more people to come in. Welcome, everybody. Welcome.
They can build walls, they can close doors, but they can't stop what we're fighting for. We are the voice, we are the light, and together
look at everybody. Please like the live and share the live.
Children growing up without a chance.
Give me a couple of minutes while we wait on some more people to come in. Shout out to everybody in the back. Grand Rising, Grand Rising.
That babies make it home alright.
We're gonna get right into the Nolan Wells case.
Trying to give their families a better morning. Still we rise when they expect us to fall.
Salute everybody.
Still we when our people call. Still we love when they give us hate. Still we believe it's not too late. They tell us history's in the past, but the scars of yesterday still last. Red lines drawn through neighborhoods.
Everybody please drop justice for Nolan Wells in the comments as we wait.
Streets get pushed aside. Watch too many mothers cry.
Salute to everybody in the back.
Too many
give me a couple more minutes. I'm just waiting on some more family members to come in.
Turns, yet our ancestors paved the way through darker nights and harder days. They carried faith when hope was thin, and that's the reason we're still here. So teach
salute to everybody in the bushes. We're gonna get started here in about 1 minute. I'm just waiting for some more people to come in. Get you to like the live and share the live.
I see the pain, I see the tears, I see the battles fought for years. I see the names, we can't forget the family still demanding respect. I see the voices crying out.
2 more seconds, I'm just waiting on some more people to find us.
But I also see strength, also see grace. I see survivors in every place. And no matter what they say, no matter what they do,
to everybody in the house. Absolutely somebody.
My people, hold your head up high. Don't let this world convince you not to try. Through the struggle,
salute to everybody in the bushes.
Keep standing in the pouring rain.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for stopping by the channel and kicking with me. I am Auntie Leah. If you are here for the first time, I welcome you. Shout out to the people that have already subscribed to the channel. I really appreciate you being here. We are gathered here today so that we can watch the press conference that Ben Crump and the Wonsleys are going to do regarding the Nolan Wells case. Thank you so much again for being here. It's not starting for a while, for about, I think it's about 10, 15 more minutes. So while we're waiting, I wanted to go ahead and pull up the video that Nancy Grace put out yesterday. She interviewed the attorneys for the young men that were last with Nolan Wells. So we want to go ahead and watch that video while we're waiting on the press conference to start. Again, I ask you guys if you can please hit the like button, and share the live. Thank you so much. So let's go ahead and get into Nancy's video. It's kind of early for me. I am like super tired, but let's get into it.
Tonight, the investigation into the Nolan Wells death bombshell. Joining us tonight, Nolan's friends' lawyers fight back. Who's telling the truth? They think they know, but do they? I'm Nancy Grace. This is Crime Stories. I want to thank you for being with us. There's a big honking mark, subcutaneous, deep reddening tissue on his occipital. If I hit somebody in the back of the head, it'd be right there.
There was no indication that there was any kind of contusions on the hand, the arm, no kind of defensive event.
Back to Officer Tatum, star of The Officer Tatum on YouTube. Have the friends taken polygraphs?
Well, from my understanding, all but I believe one took a polygraph. And from what was told to me, that they all passed. And all of the ones that took a polygraph took one without a lawyer. And they cooperated with law enforcement. So from my understanding, everybody took a polygraph test. Why do you say that's
from what you understand? Did they tell you they took a poly and passed?
Yes, ma'am. They told me that they did it. I wasn't there. So that's what I'm saying from my understanding. They told me that all the boys except one, which is Warren, I believe, took a polygraph test. All of them did not have lawyers and did it and cooperated with police. Warren also cooperated with police. I just believe he didn't take a lie detector test, but Warren is the young man that I interviewed. So according to what they told me, they all took a lie detector test and passed. And it's an equivalent of a lie detector test. It's not a traditional lie detector test, but it's the same theology of trying to get to if a person is lying. I don't know the name of it. It's an equivalent of a lie detector test. It's a different methodology. I don't believe it was a polygraph test. I believe they took other stressors in order to analyze if the people were telling the truth or not. So then the answer to
did they take a polygraph would be no. That is Officer Tatum from The Officer Tatum on YouTube. Joining us tonight are two very special guests. They are convinced of the friends. And when I say quoties, I don't mean they are or they're not friends, because I don't know. The young men on the Triton boat that took Nolan Wells to Horn Island. Many argue he was on the boat on the return when foul play occurred. Many argue he was not. In fact, the timeline has blown up because there are reports that Nolan Wells was seen on the island after the friend's boat left, which would exonerate them. Is that true? I don't know, and I'm trying to find out. For me, nobody's guilty and everybody's a suspect because we don't know the truth yet, but we will. Joining us tonight, Tyler Cox, the lawyer for several of the young men with the law firm Taylor and Cox, him being the Cox. Also with us, another veteran trial lawyer, Edward Pulsick, attorney for the boys as well. Actually, they're not boys. They're adults in the eyes of the law due to their age. Gentlemen, thank you for being with us tonight. My first question to clear up this matter, have your clients taken polygraphs? First to you, Tyler Cox.
Nancy, my clients have not taken a polygraph test. And I can tell you why. Because any lawyer worth their salt is going to tell their clients not to take a polygraph test under any circumstances. Two of my clients went in and made statements with me. We're not going to make are not going to do a polygraph test because, one, as you know, they're not admissible in court. And so it wasn't going to be admissible anyway. You should never, ever, if you're a lawyer, allow your clients to take a polygraph test. Now, we allowed investigators from the jump to have access to their phones, their Life 360, everything. We have cooperated implicitly every step of the way. But no, they didn't take polygraphs tests. But what I'll tell you is one of the other boys, who I won't mention their name, but I'm sure that you've heard, took one. The girl that Nolan was with took a stress analysis voice test, and so did the other boy. So that's the test they took. Both of them passed. And so, again, no lawyer worth of salt is going to tell his clients to take a polygraph test or anything like that.
I would like to corroborate part of what Tyler Cox just said. Any defense attorney, whether they're convinced, truly convinced their client is innocent or guilty, they're not going to allow a poly. I've never seen that. I've had a couple of lawyers, maybe 3, in all the years I practiced, all the people I put behind bars, consent before trial to a poly. 3. And they were all criminal cases that carried severe penalties. So what he's saying is true. Even if you think your client is innocent, very rarely will you see a defense lawyer say, sure, take a poly. However, I disagree with you regarding their admittance into court. Polygraphs are allowed in civil trials. O.J. Simpson flunked horribly. And if both sides stipulate to the polygraph's admittance before the polygraph is taken, it can come into a criminal trial. The reality is that never happens. That never happens.
Right. At the time that we first cooperated with police, the first very week, the days after, just 1 to 2 days after the disappearance of Nolan Wells, we're not thinking about a civil suit. We're not thinking about that. We're thinking about how can we provide as much information to authorities so that they can find Nolan Wells. And it was not until after we spoke to officers and investigators that Nolan, unfortunately, his body was found on Horn Island.
So, question, Truth Gang, question. Why did the boys lawyer up even prior to Nolan Wells' body being found? If I'm hearing this attorney correctly, and this is Tyler Cox, why did they have an attorney prior to Nolan Wells even being found alive? That is my question this morning. Let me know in the comments what you think. Let's keep going.
Washed up. And it's unfortunate. And I hate that for Nolan because by all accounts, he was an incredible person. He was just truly remarkable in almost every sense of the word. But I mean, we're not thinking about a civil suit at that point in time. We're trying to help authorities find our friend who we can't find either.
Edward Pulsick joining us in addition to Tyler Cox, both of them veteran trial lawyers. He is with Taylor Dykema. Edward, how did you get involved in this case?
Well, I'd rather not talk about that. I can just tell you this. I can tell you that it was through a friend of a friend.
You're kidding, right? You're kidding me. Because when you tell me I'd rather not answer.
Well, I want to
That's
protect
just
the names that
igniting me to find out how
Well,
you
hold
got
on.
involved in the case.
Well, hold on. I can tell you a little bit more. I can tell you this. I can tell you a close friend who knows the Ocean Springs, Mississippi community very, very well, is from the area, connected me to a friend of his. And then I found myself speaking to Tyler here. And Tyler and I instantly became very close friends. We both have blue pickup trucks, so now we're the Blues Brothers. We just became very close. We hit it off. Then I had the opportunity to speak to Warren, speak to Morgan, speak to Jax, and we hit it off also. And I immediately realized these are incredibly fine young men. I realized right away I wanted to help them out.
Ed, to you and Tyler, I'm not saying they have lied, and I'm not saying they haven't lied. I don't know. I have no reason to disbelieve your clients or to believe them. But
I just want to take a minute to respond to this comment. I don't think you heard what he said. He said prior to Nolan being found, like the very next day, okay, they were preparing. He's their attorney to hand over everything they had to the investigators. So with that being said, my question is, why would they lure up prior to his body being found? They didn't even know he was dead, allegedly, or did they? Or did they? That's my question, okay? Let's keep going.
you do know that people can look you right in the face and lie through your teeth, and you believe them. I've done it. I've had witnesses that I found out were lying to me, and it was a huge blow. I've had police officers. I worked a child trafficking case. My first child trafficking case. Worked it. I finally found the little girl. I went into a room full of sex workers. They went, she's in there. I'm like, there's no child in there. They went, she's the one in the white boots. She looked like she was 38 years old. She's 14. That said, we won the case. But fast forward about 10 months later, I was walking through the grand jury room and I saw these horrible federal court sketches. I'm like, oh my stars. Is that who I think it is? It was my vice cops. They had been stealing from dopers and they got indicted by the feds. And I had been out on the street with them every day for months trying to prove a child trafficking case. So just because somebody tells you the sky is blue does not mean the sky is blue.
Hold on a second. Did you not just hear out of his own mouth? He said it, Jim Wilson. Out of his own mouth, Tyler Cox said the very next day they were preparing to hand over everything they had to the investigators or the law enforcement. And then the next day after that, Nolan's body was found. So I asked the question. I didn't say anything for sure. Asking a question and stating something that is a fact is very different. Pay attention. Let's keep going.
You do know that, right?
Well, I can tell you this. They were off Horn Island at 4:30 p.m. on July 4th, and Nolan Wells was seen alive.
Now we're getting somewhere. How can you prove that to me other than them telling you? I assume you've got GPS tracking and the call to see tape.
We have witnesses among other things, but I can also tell you this. They were off the island at 4:30 p.m. and Nolan Wells was seen alive by multiple people at 6 p.m. still on the island. And I'm sure Tyler would be happy to elaborate on that. But this is a no doubt 100%.
Please tell me, Tyler, because I don't believe any of these people, and I don't disbelieve any of these people. I want to hear about witnesses that spotted him alive after 4:30, because I believe I can confirm the boat left around 4:30. And I'm referring to the Triton. That's the boat they were on. There are a lot of boats. Let's see the video of all the boats out there. So when I say Triton, I'm talking about the boat Nolan was on the way to the island. There's a lot of boats out there and a lot of witnesses too. This is from the Officer Tatum. Okay. There are witnesses placing him there at 6. And I want to be very clear, gentlemen, that I'm not convinced he drowned just because somebody said so. Even if he did drown, that does not mean that there wasn't foul play. Why is that mark on the back of his head? Was he hit on the head and fell in the water? Was he held under the water? Was it an accident? I don't know. But I am very interested in witnesses that place him alive at 6 p.m. Please tell me, Tyler Cox.
So, Nancy, look, we have had multiple witnesses reach out to us, 2 confirmed witnesses that saw Nolan Wells on the island around 6 p.m. on July 4th, well after the Triton, as you said, left around 4:30. And so those witnesses have went to investigators. They've talked to the police, and they've done what they're supposed to do. We've cooperated 100%. So has
Where did they
those
see him,
witnesses.
Tyler Cox? Where did the witnesses see them? Do they know him well enough to make a positive ID? Hey, speaking of a positive ID, control room, please pull up a photo that we showed a couple of days ago. There are 2 or 3 women, white females, walking along the beach, as I recall, each clad in a bikini. There is one, I believe, a white male and one black male walking with them. That can you zoom in a little bit? That's not really helping me that much. For instance, did your witnesses know Nolan? Can they identify him? Because I'm looking right at this and I cannot identify if the male behind the female on the white, the female wearing a white hat, I can't tell if that's Nolan or not. It's a very blurry photo. I can't make it out. So, do your witnesses know him? I mean, let me see my guess, please. Mr. Polczyk, Mr. Cox, I know the 2 of you. I don't see both of them. There they are. The 2 of you have tried a lot of cases, as have I. To get in or attack an eyewitness, and it's in the code, the official code of Mississippi annotated. There are prescribed methods under which you cross-examine an eyewitness. For instance, does the witness know the target? Was the lighting sufficient? How far away was the witness? What were the conditions of the eyewitness identification? Was the eyewitness inebriated or high or otherwise incapacitated? How far away were they? As it goes on and on and on. It's laid out in the code. Tell me about these witnesses. How do they know it was Nolan? Hey, control room, show me that picture of Nolan on the boat. He's bent over. All I can see are his legs and his behind. The only reason I think that's Nolan is because it matches his swimsuit. Did they see that? How can they identify Nolan? First to you, Tyler.
Well, I'm not sure if the witnesses saw that picture that you just put on screen, but I can confirm to you that these witnesses know Nolan. They've known him for a long time. They were able to make a positive ID. And they told that to investigators. They told them that from the very start.
Had they been drinking?
That I do not know.
How are they sure it was 6 o'clock? Look, I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm asking the questions I would ask in court. How do they know it was 6 o'clock? Did they go, oh, there's Nolan Wells at 6 p.m.?
Well, I'm pretty sure, Nancy, they were aware of the time. I'm not sure if they were drinking or not, but they're the ones.
I'm not sure that they were drinking or not. Listen, your client, out of his own mouth, Warren Hudson, Tyler, he said they have been drinking all day. He said that they have been heavily drinking all day. So I'm not sure why you're on here fibbing, gaslighting, anything of that nature, but he's already said out of his own multiple times they were drinking. So you know they were drinking. Thank you.
That came forward to police and investigators, and that's their story to tell. What I'm telling you is they made a positive ID on Nolan Wells around 6 o'clock, and they told that to investigators, all while our clients were off the island around 4:30. So we have positive identification on Nolan on the island an hour and a half after our clients left. So, as you know from your experience as a prosecutor, they can't do 2 things at once. They can't be on the island at 6 o'clock and be on the boat gone off the island at 4:30. So, that's where we are. Our clients have nothing to do with the death of Nolan Wells. We don't know how he died. We want to know. Please tell us. Somebody. We want to know just as much as anyone else. Our clients loved Nolan Wells. They were brothers to Nolan Wells. I've still yet to hear one bad thing about Nolan Wells. He was a good Ocean Springs kid. Just as Chuck Bordy says all the time in the courtroom, these are good Ocean Springs people. So Nolan was a good Ocean Springs person too. They love Nolan. We want to know, will someone
Okay,
please
just stop right there,
tell us?
Tyler. Tyler, I've got 1 hour and nobody's running for miscongeniality. Let's just let it be noted, judicial notice. They were all good. Everybody's good. Okay. Tyler,
Yes.
the witnesses that came forward, here's something that would tend to corroborate them is if multiple witnesses said the same thing. Witnesses separated in time and space, witnesses that are not all friends, witnesses that are not good friends with your clients, that may have a reason to be fuzzy on the time. I'm not saying they are or that they're not. Here's my question to you. Are these witnesses friends of your clients?
I don't think they're friends, and they're not even the same age.
Okay. Next question. How many witnesses place him there on the island at 6-ish?
At least 2 that I know.
Okay. 2 witnesses out of thousands of people on the island. Sounds a little suspect to me. I'm just saying, 2 witnesses. And we don't just want to accept the words of a so-called witness, right? We need their statements corroborated. Do you have video? Do you have photos with timestamps that prove Nolan Wells was on Horn Island at the time that these only 2 witnesses claim to have seen him? That is what we're looking for. Let's keep going.
2. Do the witnesses know each other?
Yes.
Were they together that day?
Yes.
Suspect.
Have they had a chance to discuss their recollections with each other before they came to police?
Well, I'm sure they did. Nancy, look, they did what they were supposed to do, and they spoke to police officers. And you know as well as I do that if investigators or a DA's office had any sort of probable cause to make an arrest in a case like this, they would. They would have.
Or they may be gathering evidence to make sure they've got all the evidence that there is. I mean, I would wait until I had all the evidence, including a completed autopsy. You know what? I'm going to jump ahead. But regarding the body, regarding Nolan's body, we've heard all sorts of inflammatory things. But the one thing that, well, many things are very interesting and probative. For instance, why was Nolan's neck of so much interest to the original medical examiner that it was removed? His foot wasn't removed. His toe wasn't removed. His ear wasn't removed. Why his neck? The lungs and the neck were removed, which obviously Edward Pulsick touches on COD, cause of death. I understand why the medical examiner took his lungs. He had to run tests on them to determine, did he drown? Of course, all 3 of us know you can drown and there still be foul play. Somebody whacked you on the head. If somebody held you underwater, it could be any number of things, or it could be an innocent drowning. But why the throat? What was curious about the throat, Ed? Were there marks on the throat? Was there a ligature mark? Was there manual strangulation? Was there a compression? Were there bruises? Were there scratches? I don't know. Was a hyoid missing? I could go on, but I won't. Do either of you know what was of interest to the medical examiner in the removal of Nolan's throat?
I'll tell you this. Listen, we're not coroners. We're not medical examiners. We want to know what happened to him just as much as everyone else. Quite frankly, more. Because Nolan was their best friend. Warren, Morgan, Jax. Nolan was their best friend. We want to know what happened. We haven't examined Nolan's body. We're not scientists.
I just thought maybe you had been somehow told why they took his throat. Okay, that's a note. We don't know why they took his throat.
Yeah, we don't want to speculate.
Let me start with an open-ended question to you, gentlemen. I started with, why haven't they taken a polygraph? I want to hear what your clients are saying happened that day, because my interest is piqued because you stated a young lady, and I assume this is Katie, the mysterious Katie, who turns out not to be that mysterious at all. Much was made of that. Now, one thing about Katie, originally, one or some of your clients said he was with some girl, we don't know her. Then it turned out they had been texting with her, so they did know her. There may be an innocent explanation for that or not. So explain to me, who were they talking about when they said he was with a girl, we don't know her? He had never met her before, but yet they were texting with Katie, the girl he had been with. I'll throw that to you, Tyler. Do you know the answer to that?
Sure. So they didn't know Katie, and they believe that Nolan didn't know Katie before that day. But you have to remember, once they started getting suspicious that Nolan wasn't with them anymore, they start asking themselves, okay, well, where's Nolan? They start texting everyone that they knew. Hey, have you seen Nolan? Do you know where Nolan is? Did he make it back home? All before they called Christine Wells that night, they start asking everybody. And so eventually they end up getting, through mutual friends, whoever, Katie's number. And so I believe it was maybe either Snapchat or text message. They got in communication with Katie. And Katie says, I don't know. We thought he was leaving with y'all. Well, I don't believe that's the case, obviously, because he did not leave with our boys. We don't know what happened to him, but that's Katie's statement. That's how they got a hold of Katie's numbers, because they're frantically trying to find out what happened to Nolan.
What's your take on it, Ed? Because I think he's saying they did know Katie. I couldn't tell if he said did or didn't. Did he say they all did know Katie?
No, they did not.
They didn't know Katie. All right. And they determined who she was. Okay.
Right.
Hey, hold on. Tyler, you stated your clients began to get suspicious, whereas Nolan. When did they get suspicious?
It was later that night. I believe it was around 9 or 10 o'clock, maybe even 11, that they start saying, oh, well, has anyone seen Nolan? Where's Nolan? Did he make it back home? Does anybody know? They start calling around, texting, asking everybody. And once they determined that no one had the answer about where Nolan was, that's when they called Christine Wells. And then they stay on the phone. My client stayed on the phone with Christine Wells for about 5 or 6 minutes. And then he tells her, look, I'm going to call the Coast Guard just to make sure. And he did. He stays on the phone with the Coast Guard for 21 minutes.
Okay. Ed Pulsick, also veteran trial lawyer. Ed, do you concur with that explanation of why they first said, I don't know her, we don't know her, he didn't know her, and then we find out that they had actually been texting with Katie? What's your understanding of that? Again, I had my favorite trial judge, Luther Alverson, would tell every jury, it is your duty to make all witnesses speak the truth. What does that mean? To reconcile the different seemingly conflicting stories, to make everyone be telling the truth and impugn perjury on no one. So maybe there's an explanation for this. Why did they say, we don't know her, and then they're texting her? So they did know her.
That characterization, they didn't say that. There's no contradiction. I can just tell you this. They didn't know her. Nolan was with her much of the day. And he was still on the island when they left. He apparently spent much of the day with this young lady. That seems to be what happened. But no, there was this young lady was not part of their friend group. That's right.
Okay, so when they say they didn't know her, but yet they were texting her, they did know her name.
Well, I don't know if I agree with that characterization.
Okay. How, if they don't know who this young lady is, how did they text her? If they did not know her name, did not know who she was, who had her number? How did they identify Katie? That doesn't make sense. Carl Cox. That's not his name, but I'm following you, Nancy. How did they get her number? How did they find her? Snapchat, if that's how they communicated. If they did not know Katie, how did they get in touch with her? Let's keep going.
Yeah, the
Well,
premise,
enlighten me.
the
I wanna
premise
know.
is flawed. Yeah, the premise is flawed. She's not part of their friend group. They don't know her. I can tell you that it does appear, once again, it appears that Nolan was with this young lady for much of the day. That does seem to be confirmed by many witnesses. And I can tell you this, Nancy, one thing about this island, I did have the opportunity to go to Horn Island. And when you go to the island, everything starts to make sense. The first picture was maybe not so accurate. If you go to the part of Horn Island where, these events all occurred, you see that there are really no trees on that part of the island. It's flat, it's open. There are no visual obstructions. So there's no trees, there's no shelter, there's no nothing. And it was broad daylight with thousands of people there, meaning there was no opportunity for foul play during daylight hours. And that's where this whole thing starts to unravel.
Ed,
you have to go to the island.
Please,
you have to go
there's
to the island.
opportunity for foul play. He could have been walked
Not
on
in
the
this
head on a
environment.
boat
Not
and pushed
in-
over.
I'm telling you, not in this
It doesn't have to
environment.
be
I
on the
was there.
beach. It could
I'm
be
telling you.
anywhere.
You got to understand, it's a 10-mile long barrier island, but it's only a few hundred yards wide in most places. There's nowhere to hide.
Let me see the video and show it to Ed and Tyler. The video of all those boats. Anything could have happened between those boats. Anything.
Well, but
Even
but
an
Nancy,
accident could happen between those boats. And so many
Nancy-
people are drunk. I don't think they're paying attention.
But here's the thing. Here's the thing, right? We could always say anything is possible. An asteroid could strike right now. But I am telling you that there are a lot of people who have talked about this case and have said things that are not true, and they haven't been to the island. They've got to go to the island. If you don't go to the island, you can't speak with authority about the case. And I won't name names, but a lot of people who have hurt these fine young men and have defamed them, they've never visited the island. And I'm willing to bet that they've never visited the islands. Look at it right there. That shot you have right there. Broad daylight with thousands of people there. The picture speaks for itself.
I agree with what you're saying. I agree that it would be nearly impossible for foul play to take place on that beach. Again, I direct your attention to the gathering of boats with the boats closely together. Everybody's drinking. Nobody's paying attention. Like, I can't tell what's going on between the boats at a distance. I don't know. I don't know what's happening in the water. I don't know. That
I can tell you
said,
this.
I agree. I don't think anything
Yes.
happened out in the plain view on the beach. But there
Yes.
are other
And-
alternatives.
I want to add, though, we have a difference of opinion. When I see that video of the boats in the water there, that also is not a good place to get away with murder. Now, we have been very careful. We have refrained from speculation. We have refrained from guessing, and we're going to continue to do that. However, plain view of that scene, the beach, the boats, the water, that is not a secretive environment. It just isn't.
I agree the beach is not secretive, and I also agree the whole island is not secretive because there's really nowhere to hide there anyway. Guys, let me move to the boat, the Triton. Has the boat been searched by authorities?
I do not believe that it has been searched by authorities, but it's been available to authorities this entire time. If authorities wanted to come see it, they're more than able to, and have been.
Okay, I find that very interesting, Tyler, and I'll tell you why. In so many cases that I've prosecuted and covered and investigated, you see defendants, targets, trying to get rid of evidence. You see them cleaning the boat. You see them washing it down. You see them trying all sorts of methods to get rid of evidence. It's interesting to me and somewhat probative that your clients have offered the boat up to law enforcement to come and search it. I'm curious, has the boat not just been searched with the naked eye. Has luminol been used on the boat? Has alternative light sources been used on the boat? Has a cadaver dog come to the boat? Has a scent dog come to the boat? To your knowledge, either one of you.
To my knowledge, Nancy, I do not believe that has happened. But again, my 3 clients, either one of them, none of them own that boat. So if it has, you would have to ask the owners.
Tyler, do I look like I just fell off the turnip truck? Maybe I do, because we did sell turnips at the farmer's market when I was growing up. That said, you telling me my clients don't own the boat, so you'd have to ask the owner. Come on, you and Paulsick know if the boat has been searched. You know if cadaver dogs or scent dogs, luminol or alternative light has been used on the boat. Can you just tell me? Yes, no. It's not your client's fault. It's law enforcement's fault if they haven't done it.
If authorities thought that there was something to find on that boat, don't you think this far out they would have already done it?
I would think in the ordinary course of an investigation into potential foul play, I would have gone out there and done it. Just
But if you believe there was
asking-
potential foul play.
to say I searched it and it was clean. I didn't find
Well,
any
Nancy,
blood.
Well, Nancy,
Cadaver
you're
dog
asking a
didn't
valid. Hold on, you're asking a valid question. You're just asking the wrong people. That's a question for law enforcement.
To your knowledge, has it been searched? Have you been told by anyone that it was searched?
I don't have
I have
any
not been told
involvement
that,
with the
no.
law enforcement. I don't have any involvement in the investigation.
I'm
We're
gonna take
conducting
that
our
as
own
a no.
investigation. You can take it how you want. We're conducting our own investigation.
Okay, so while Nancy
To
is doing
steer.
her
They
commercial, if I can get everybody please to hit the like button, I'm going to skip through the commercial because I hate commercials. So now we're back.
also with us, Edward Paulsick, attorney for the boys as well. Tell me what you can about the CTO call. I've had renowned experts say this wasn't doctored. I've had renowned experts say this was totally doctored. Have you heard the original CTO call from Mississippi Department Marine Resources? Have either of you listened to that call? Because I've heard it so many times, I'm now jaded based on what people think they're hearing, based on enhancements. I even had my own producer, who does not have a dog in this fight, no skin in the game, enhance it. But I want to hear what you guys know about the CTO call. My mind is open.
Look, anybody can adjust the gain. Anybody can enhance it or sweeten it. But it doesn't change the fact that just because you put words over some audio means that those words are now attributable to what is on the call. Look, another boy called Cito. We have video that was released of Brandon Tatum. He posted it, and it shows who all was on the boat. At no point in time does this Cito call ever, not once, where you find any sort of mention of Nolan being on the boat, of something happening to Nolan. I cannot state clearly enough, Nolan was not on the boat when it departed around 4:30. Look, the video that you're showing now, does anyone look like, and look, there's the boy that's on the Cito call right there. Does anyone look like there's a body on the boat or something had just happened? Look, Nancy, you were a prosecutor
No.
for a long time. None of these boys have a story that is untrue. Don't you think that after all this time, somebody would have snitched? That somebody wouldn't be able to keep their story straight? No. Look, these boys are
Typically,
telling
yes.
the truth.
Typically, you're absolutely right. That's why I usually don't believe in conspiracies, because nobody can keep their yap shut. Somebody blabs.
And Nancy, now I'll say something about the Cito call. I have heard a lot of versions of the Cito call, and most of them are either completely fake or AI or doctored. And unfortunately, for folks that are doing that, that may become the subject of one or more lawsuits. it appears that there are hundreds of versions of the CTO call all over the internet, everywhere online. So now nobody can keep track of it. But I can tell you that. I can tell you, look at those photos. Nolan Wells is not on that boat.
The photos to me are very convincing. Let's see the photo they're talking about again.
Yes, I'm glad we agree about that. I'm glad we
do
agree.
I know what time that was or what day that was? Is there a timestamp? Look,
Yeah, it was
I'm
around
not
4:30.
saying either of you are lying. I'm saying this is how I would test evidence in court. I mean, I take everything with a box of salt. When was that taken? Where was it taken? What time was it taken?
Yeah.
I'm curious. Is it timestamped?
And Nancy,
Well,
you've been trying this case for over 30 days. The facts are the facts are the facts. These boys had nothing to do with the death of Nolan Wells.
Okay,
Listen,
when was
we
the
don't-
timestamp on that video?
Nancy, I'm going to answer it this way.
Yes.
We don't think
Okay.
that you're accusing us of lying. We don't
Okay, Nancy said, what are the timestamps on the video? That is the question at hand. We have no idea when that video was taken, what day it was. Answer her question. Ridiculous.
feel that way. We're just simply saying this. And it's okay. You're asking legitimate investigative questions. And we don't fault you for that. But here's what we're saying. It's been over 30 days. There has never been one shred, one iota, one piece, nothing. There is no evidence that ties Warren, Morgan, or Jax to any crime because they did not commit a crime. They had
That
nothing
may very well
whatsoever
be
to
true.
do. Right.
And
there's
again,
nothing.
what's the timestamp on that video?
But that's not our burden. See, that's the problem. You're putting this burden on us. All right. There's never been one piece of
you
evidence.
did that to yourself, Paul, when
No,
you
we
said,
didn't.
here's the boat that day and he's not on it. That may very well be true. That may be absolutely true.
We
And I'm
didn't do that
saying,
to ourselves.
when was the video
Well,
taken?
Well, no, I'm telling you.
Around
that we have
4:30,
multiple-
July 4th.
Yeah. And I'm telling you another thing, Nancy. We have multiple witnesses, and we're going to protect their names on the air here. We're not going to air out
think
a
you
private
should.
list of witnesses. We are. We're going to protect them. So I want to emphasize that as well. The witnesses that we're talking about, we're not going to do that to them. We're not going to name them here on the air. We're not doing that.
I'm not
So-
asking you to.
Yeah. Well, it sounds like you are.
I'm asking you
But we're
again when the timestamp is on that video. But if you don't know, I'm not saying that that's wrong or right.
Well, I'm not.
I'm saying
No,
I want to know
understand that.
to
I understand that, but
corroborate
that's
that
not-
video.
I understand that, but that's not a relevant question for your present guest since we didn't make the video. But I can tell you this.
Okay.
Well,
Well, you showed me
where's-
the video.
First of all, you're the defense attorney. You should know the timestamp, if there is a timestamp on that video. So now you're trying to gaslight and deflect from Nancy Grace's question, Mr. Paulzik. He looks like a smuck. I'm not even going to lie. Let's keep going.
And that's why I'm asking. Okay, let me ask
Well,
you
we didn't-
something else.
Yeah, we didn't show you.
You
we didn't
state
show
that
you
your
Yeah,
clients
go ahead.
know of witnesses, or you know of witnesses that placed
Yes.
Nolan at Horn Island alive at 6 p.m.
Yes. Yes. 100%.
All of this aside, has the boat been searched? Where is Nolan's phone? Where are your clients' phone? All that is superseded by the fact that there may be witnesses placing him alive on the island at 6 p.m. And everything else disappears for me if that is true, because I know your clients will.
Well, I disagree with Nancy on that. Everything else is not going to disagree with me because I know what I heard on that CTO call. 2 witnesses that know each other, 2 people that know each other out of thousands of people. It's not enough. It's not enough. We got to have photos. We got to have video. It has to be more than 2 witnesses that know each other, that talk to each other, that were with each other that day. You know why? 2 witnesses, they can be paid off. Let's keep going. I'm just saying.
Gone at 4:30-ish.
Yes.
Have these witnesses been questioned by law enforcement? Do you know?
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
You're sure?
Yes. Yes. And I'll tell you another thing. One other thing. There's a corollary. Nancy, there's a corollary. So there are witnesses who can place Nolan Wells on the island at 6 p.m. There are also witnesses who can confirm that Warren, Morgan, and Jax left the island.
Okay,
around
so
4:30.
I got another question, chat. Answer me this. Why is it only 3 boys out of what? A group of 20 talking? Where's the rest of the kids? Why did they select these 3 boys out of the group to be the face of this case? That doesn't make sense. Where's the other ones? I'm tired of hearing about Warren and Jax and Morgan. What about Bart? What about the other ones? Are they going to come forward? Let's keep going.
So both sides are covered. We've got it covered.
Well, for me, it's not that simple because I still don't know what happened to Nolan Wells. However,
Neither do we.
I believe that the GPS, which really cannot be controverted, shows when the Triton left, witness or no witness. I've got that. Now, who's on the boat? I believe that video is going to tell me who's on the boat. But all that, the overarching issue was he alive at 6 p.m.? This is where I'm going.
Right. And Nancy,
I don't
can I say
care
Nancy,
who
one thing.
was with him last. I don't care if it exonerates or convicts
course.
anybody. I just want to know the truth.
And it's good to ask,
Sir?
and I want to say this, it's good to ask tough questions. These are all valid questions, but what we're trying to do for you is simplify it. 4:30 and 6 p.m. End of story.
I want to believe you. I want to believe you, Ed. But just because somebody says so, don't make it so. And I'm trying to prove it. That your clients were gone and that Nolan, more importantly, in my mind, was still alive. If that's true, your clients are in the clear. As far as I'm concerned.
They are in the clear.
And the CETO call and everything else falls away if I can place him alive at 6 p.m. And the people that want to hang your clients, I can't help their unrequited anger.
Yes.
I don't care. Because somebody, in my mind, was the last person to see Nolan Wells alive, whether it's your clients or somebody else. And I want to find that person that saw him. You say 6 o'clock? Who are they? Make yourselves known. Put us all out of our misery. Help me find out what happened to Nolan.
Yes.
Nancy, can
I
I ask you this?
understand. I'm just trying to find out. Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Why in the world would these witnesses make themselves public after you've seen more than 30 days of death threats, in-person threats, credible threats, people making threats and getting arrested, all geared towards these boys and others? Why would they become public? Why would they come out public?
One answer is they're telling the truth and they want to put it out there. Another possibility
the truth
is
investigators.
Everybody already knew who they were, so they went out on Tatum to exonerate themselves. I mean, that could go either way. But I see what you're saying. I get it.
And Nancy,
I still don't know
Nancy,
have you ever seen any other people accused of the crimes that online internet trolls have accused these boys of go and do podcasts, do interviews, have their attorneys go and advocate for them like this on a national platform like this? If we weren't 100% sure and they weren't 100% sure that nothing they did was in connection to Nolan Wells' death. They left the island at 4:30. He was spotted on the island after that at 6, alive and well. That's it. End of story. Do you think these are actions of 3 boys who, 1, keep their story straight, 2, don't snitch on each other, and 3, have made and had to have made to defend themselves multiple media appearances and have their attorneys do the same? Are those the actions of someone who is guilty? No.
Typically, no, I agree with you, but there are cases where killers go out in the front of it and make all sorts of pleas. Please bring my wife home. Please bring my little
But
babies
Nancy,
home.
we
So
don't-
yes,
let
I
me give
have
you a
seen
really-
that. I know that's not what you want to hear,
to.
but yes, I have seen it.
Right. And Nancy,
Me neither.
Nancy, let me give you a really important point here. And by the way, I appreciate some of the things you're saying. And let me just say this. This might be the most important thing. Look, we have a lot of humility. Warren, Morgan, and Jax have a lot of humility. One of the things that we knew when we were going to come on with you is we know you're going to ask us tough questions. We know you're going to ask us tough questions, and we're happy to answer them as best we can. But one thing we've been very consistent about, there are so many things we don't know, right? We won't be able to answer all of your tough questions. And the reason we can't is because we just don't know the answer to a lot of them. But we do know what we know. We know they were off that island at 4:30. We know Nolan was on the island at 6. We just want to emphasize our...
Sir, Mr. Paulzik, we do not know that Nolan was on the island at 6. Only 2 people out of thousands of people came forth and said that they saw Nolan on the island at 6. That doesn't make sense. There was hundreds of boats and thousands of people. So why only 2? He's a smuck. I don't like this guy. Let's keep going.
humility in that regard, because we just don't know, and we would love to know. We want to know how this tragedy happened as much as anyone, more than anyone.
I want both of you gentlemen to understand something. If I thought I had convicted the wrong person, I couldn't live with myself.
John.
I personally investigated every case I ever tried and put before a jury. I do not want the wrong person, an innocent person, to suffer claims and allegations, much less go to jail. But I do want the right person, if there is a right person.
Right. If there is.
Which leads me to, I want to believe you and I want to believe your clients. But for me, everything is, what can I prove? What can I prove? They say so, so what? Prove it to me. Let me ask you this. Do you know where Nolan's phone is? Anybody? Can
Today?
anybody tell me where Nolan's phone is?
Good question.
Right now, as we sit here today.
Has it ever been turned over to authorities?
No, it has not.
You're sure?
Yeah. I believe that Ben Crump, using local counsel, sent a letter out just last night, gave it to Don Lemon on his show, and Don Lemon on his show confirmed that they have not given the phone to investigators.
Well, that's on investigators, because they need to get the phone and they need to look at it.
How are they going to get it if they don't give it to them?
Warrant? Subpoena Dukas
Based on
ticket?
Let me say this, because it came out the last 2 days that the Wonsleys have refused to give their phone to the investigators. That is so false. That is not what they said. They agreed to a joint inspection of the phone at the same time. They do not want to hand over the phone. And with history, I can't really blame them. So the fact that this new narrative came out in the last couple of days that, they refuse to give up their phone, they're tampering with evidence, why is Christine not giving up the phone? That is not what they agreed to. I just want to get that out there. Let's keep going.
Grand jury subpoena Dukas taken?
Sure, but it hasn't been to the
No
grand
one's
jury
found?
yet. Hasn't been to the grand jury
There
yet.
is. Are you telling me you don't think a grand jury is convening on this?
I think they are. I don't think they have.
Did you just stutter? Did you just?
Look at
Well, you said
Wait a minute. Did you just get caught? It hasn't been to a grand jury yet. Good question, Nancy, because he started to stutter after that, didn't he? Let's keep going. Let's hear that
I
again.
want to believe you and I want to
Let's
believe
hear that
your
one more
clients.
time.
But for me, everything is, what can I prove? What can I prove? They say so, so what? Prove it to me.
Right.
Let me ask you this. Do you know where Nolan's phone is? Anybody? Can
Today?
anybody tell me where Nolan's phone is?
Good
Right
question.
now, as we sit here today.
Has it ever been turned over to authorities?
No, it has not.
You're sure?
Yeah. I believe that Ben Crump, using local counsel, sent a letter out just last night, gave it to Don Lemon on his show, and Don Lemon on his show confirmed that they have not given the phone to investigators.
Well, that's on investigators because they need to get the phone and they need to look at it.
How are they going to get it if they don't give it to them?
Warrant? Subpoena Dukas
Based on
Tegan? Grand
what?
jury subpoena Dukas Tegan?
Sure, but it hasn't been to the
No
grand
one's
jury
phone?
yet. Hasn't been to the grand jury
There
yet.
is. Are you telling me you don't think a grand jury is convening on this?
I think they are. I don't think they have looked at
Well,
the
you
case
said, how do you
yet.
get the phone? You obviously get the phone. Police go say, hey, can we look at the phone? And they go, sure, here it is. That's one way.
Well,
Or you're
what if they don't give it to
investigating a
them?
potential crime. You get a warrant and you go, hey, give me the phone. Here's the warrant. That's two ways. Or you get a grand jury or a judge's order. There's all sorts of ways to get that phone.
Well, Nancy,
You could
Nancy,
just ask
why,
and they
why,
hand it over.
yeah, Nancy,
Why
why,
didn't they give it to
why
him?
has the, yeah, Nancy, why, yeah, why is that phone hasn't been turned over? Why?
Why
guess
would
it
the
hasn't
DA's
been
office
asked
need to
for.
get a warrant?
But I think it should be, and I think it should be asked for. Look, I am not stirring the Nolan Wells phone pot with you. I got bigger fish to fry with you two gentlemen. I'm just curious. I mean, wouldn't that put a lot to bed if we could look at the phone and look at the GPS?
Jags, I'm not racist. I love white people. There are some good white people in this world, and I've always said that. I don't like racist people. So stop gaslighting. Let's keep going. I'm going to put your ass out of here the next time you say something stupid.
Tracker on it. Look at the route. I mean, look.
Yeah,
I know
we
where my
want more
twins are
evidence.
right now because they got Live 360. Yay.
Nancy,
Why can't we
want
look
more,
at that? I mean,
Nancy, we want more evidence. Let's get it all. That's the thing. That's the beauty of it. When you're telling the truth and you're representing three innocent young men, the beauty of it is you want more evidence.
We gave our phones up. We let them do a
Yeah.
phone dump of our phones.
which I find very, very interesting because a phone dump, everybody shows where the phone's been, what time it was there. It's not hard to do. It pings off phone cell towers and you can
Yep.
tell as it progresses along. Not hard, easy. And I find that probative because it will tell me when the boys went to Horn Island, the young men, and when they returned. It's better than an eyewitness to me. Tyler, what else do you have to add?
Nancy, we have told you, we've told everyone we could, we've shouted it from the rooftops. The same story over and over again. There's no other way to say it. It's like banging our heads against the wall because nobody, at least in the online atmosphere.
You guys, I just want to point out something real quick. You see this bottle of liquor, Verdict Bourbon? That is Officer Tatum's brand, by the way. That's very interesting to me that he has Officer Tatum's bottle of liquor that in his office. Work together? Yeah, I think so. All of this is just crazy.
We'll listen to it. We've said the same thing over and over and over again. We can't say it any other different way. That's the truth. The truth is what it is.
All right. So while we're skipping through Nancy's commercial, if I can get everybody to please hit the like button. I don't see where the press conference has started yet. So we will keep reviewing Nancy Grace and listening to these attorneys get caught in lies. And nobody is saying, hold on.
Or having the boat searched by law enforcement with scent dogs and cadaver dogs and luminol would go a long way to stopping the speculation. But again, all that aside, if I could speak to or hear from those witnesses placing Nolan alive at 6 after your clients had left the island, I feel that the investigation would take a different turn. In any event, we do not want to pile on any individuals suffering if they are in fact innocent. That's not what I want. I want the truth, as I believe you do too.
Well, of course I do. I'll be happy to reach out to them and at least ask them. Best I can do.
That said, gentlemen, I appreciate you coming on with us, and I invite you back to answer even more questions.
Thank you, Nancy.
Cox and Pulsick have been in court today, throughout the day, on another matter, and have joined us here and answered a lot of questions and didn't answer a lot of questions they say they don't know the answer to. And they could very well be telling the truth. So when will we know the truth? And my burning question at this hour is, if those witnesses are telling the truth, that Nolan Wells was alive at 6 p.m., how did he die? Who was the last person with him? And why, tonight, 1 month later, do we not know the truth of what happened to Nolan Wells? If you know or think you know anything regarding this case, and I implore the FBI to enter the investigation, dial 228-769-3063. Repeat, 228-769-3063. There is a $125,000 reward for information leading to the truth of what happened to Nolan Wells. I also implore you, please, we can take the trolling online, don't care, but the death threats,
I agree.
no.
Stop death
To
threats.
anybody. Let the law unfold as it should. We remember an American
All right,
hero
guys.
chief,
Okay.
William Rosen
So we're
Neptune.
going to stop right there. I don't see where the press conference has started yet. So let's talk about this. It's very interesting that, first of all, Mr. Pulsick, I don't like his attitude. Is he the Trump attorney? I think he's the one that represented Trump. He's a PR attorney. So that's why we have this PR campaign and this intimidation campaign going on as we speak. I don't believe a word that he says. And I'm sorry, 2 witnesses is not enough. Not enough. How did they know that that was Nolan? The pictures that were released, we can clearly see that that was not Nolan Wells at all. Let's read some comments while we're waiting on the press conference. I don't know if you guys seen interview number 2 of the young men and that's involved. Only 3, and 3 out of the group of 20 is also not making sense to me. It's like a gaslighting attempt. Could it be somebody else that's in the group that may know? We don't know because they're not talking. Let's take some comments and then we'll skip over to the interview that the boys gave, number 2. Part 3 comes out at 1:12 p.m. today. I don't know if we'll still be on live at that time because that's several hours away, but I do plan on revisiting it this evening. So make sure you subscribe to the channel, hit the notifications button. So John says Katie saw the boys leave without Nolan. Katie said that Nolan told her that he was getting back on the boat. Katie said she heard the boys calling Nolan's name. Now, don't forget that Warren said the last time he saw Nolan was at 3:00 p.m. But then in that same breath said at 4:30, his friends started to call Nolan to get on the boat. And Nolan was allegedly hugged up with Katie. So make that make sense. So let's go. Nolan drowned. Truth, face it. We don't know that. We don't know that. We don't know how he died. We should know the cause of death because they know, but we don't know that as a fact. So you can't state that as a fact. Nancy, help get the rest of the Epstein files and hold those pervs accountable, please. I agree with that. A lawyer and his jack. Katie needs to talk. She does. Who kicked him in the head? Something happened back there. And why haven't they released the neck? They're done with the neck. So why haven't they given the neck to Dr. Mitchell so that he can complete his independent autopsy? His autopsy is not complete. It's pending. The other parts, the stomach, and the neck parts, the throat part. Why haven't they released it? Make that make sense, right? All right, so while we are waiting for the press conference to start, let's go ahead and watch part 2 of the interview with Officer Tatum.
Why would we call CETO if we have a dead body on the boat? I mean, why would we call the Coast Guard? You know, why would we do the things we did? We know we killed somebody.
You don't hear about the pool party because it was on June 27th. You don't hear about anything else that was mentioned. Thousands of lies. And now, the audio comes back and all of a sudden we can hear Nolan yelling in the background, screaming, we're screaming about how he's dead. That's just a complete lie.
If you just murdered your best friend on an island, the dumbest thing you could do would be to call the Coast Guard.
What is your thoughts on that phone call to CETO? Some people have gone out and done enhancements to the audio, and in doing that, created a transcript manually. It doesn't appear that the transcript was derived from an automated system or have any, in my opinion, real integrity with it. What are your thoughts, first, you guys, on the audio, and then I'll get to you, Ed, on how could that be a defamatory area the way it was produced? So what do you guys think about that audio?
Well, I can go ahead and say that as you posted that clip of all of us on the boat, as it's not rolling, but right there sitting in the water, Wyatt's on the phone with CETO in that clip. I mean, he's on the phone. Wouldn't you think that you would have seen Nolan on the bottom on the floor or something, or scrambling around, or everybody in a small space on the boat looking at him or something? I mean, it's just so crazy to think that. Why would we call CETO if we have a dead body on the boat? I mean, why would we call the Coast Guard? Why would we do the things we did if we...
Well, Jax or Morgan, I don't know which one he is. You called CETO, but you rejected help. You called CETO, but Grandpa, and I don't know why Wyatt's not talking. Where's he at? He's the one that called CETO. You see what I'm saying? Why are the key players... They're stayed behind, and these three were chosen to come forward. Something's not right. For some reason, I don't know if Morgan or Jax has anything to do with this, to be honest with you. Where is Wyatt? Why did Wyatt's grandfather call the captain and tell him, do not go? Answer that. That's the question that we want answered. Okay? So the gaslighting attempt to say, why would we call CETO if we had a dead body on the boat? It's not working. All right, let's keep going.
We killed somebody. And then another following up on that is, why aren't we in jail yet? I mean, we're not geniuses. There's no way we could have done a murder. I mean, there's no way we could have covered it up, especially out there with that many people. Go ahead.
I think, especially about the CETO call, I think people, regardless of who it is going to believe what they want to hear. I think half these people, or not half these people, but some of these people you can't convince. Regardless, they're going to believe what they want to believe. If they want to believe that my friends and I had something to do with Nolan dying, then they're going to believe that regardless of what you put out. But you put out, Brandon, that a clip of the boat when Wyatt was on the phone with CETO. And it is boldly clear that Nolan was not on the boat with us. You can literally almost see down to the deck. And as you can see in that picture, Everybody is completely casual while Wyatt's on the phone with Cito. Yeah, we were scrambling around trying to get the boat fixed, but the guys were, in the video, you'd see me, I'm sitting on the bow. If there was someone dying on the boat, why would everybody just be sitting there waiting to either get towed in or in the first place, like Jack said, why would Wyatt call Cito? It's crazy. The reason we turned down Coast Guard is, why would we call Coast Guard if Cito could pull us in? But we fixed the boat and we ran into Fort Bayou, and that's it. The Cito call was completely enhanced, and these people just want to believe what they want to hear. And that's exactly what they're doing. So it's just crazy to me that people have tried to twist this and twist the audio. When we came out with the first interview, it debunked half these lies, and now you don't hear about any of it. You don't hear about the pool party because it was on June 27th. You don't hear about anything else that was mentioned. Thousands of lies. And now, the audio comes back, and all of a sudden we can hear Nolan yelling in the background, screaming, we're screaming about how he's dead. That's just a complete lie. And it's another lie to push this narrative that people don't want to turn down. It's insane to me.
Sorry to interrupt. I know you're enjoying this incredible.
No one said that we heard Nolan screaming.
To naysayers out there, in your opinion, that are naysayers, I want to give you, a 30-second opportunity to say what you would want to say to people regarding what you're saying are lies that have been told about you. And I could start here and we'll go all the way down to, and we'll end with you, Ed. But Morgan, if you had an opportunity to have this projected to everybody in the United States of America, many people who have made statements about you and about what occurred that day, what would you say to them? Like just a 30-second, this is what you would want to convey.
First I would say that, it's proven in evidence that they're all lies. I think that most of these people are just going to, I say most of these people, a lot of these people that have posted stuff out there, they've just been lies backed by no evidence. And if I had one thing to say to them, I'd say, do your research before you go out saying something that's not true, that could hurt someone. Just do your research. It's easy. All you have to do is just scroll like they do all day long and find the evidence that's right in front of their face. And it'll prove its own facts.
I could say I would want to add on to that, do the proper research. Sort through all the lies. And a lot of these stuff, you can just tell straight off the bat it's lies. And for one, it's defaming us. And for two, it makes you look like a dummy. You're just saying stuff, just pulling it out of who knows.
Let me just stop real quick. First of all, Jax and Morgan, we didn't even know your name until Jax and Warren opened up a Go Send Me. Morgan, the first time we ever heard of you is when you did the first part 1 of this interview. So, sir, the one in the middle that's talking, nobody is defaming you. We are asking questions, and this is an intimidation campaign, a PR stunt to try to get in front of whatever may or may not be happening. Nobody defamed you. Didn't even know who you were. Stop the cap. Let's keep going.
Where? And you just look like an idiot on your phone making this TikTok ever. Do your research, man. If you can't simply do that, don't get on your phone and start making a video.
It's just kind of concerned me with how people have the time of day to just make up complete lies out of something that they have no evidence of and to post on social media to put other people down. It's insane to me, how just people push this and, want to make this a story that it's absolutely not. I don't know what happened to Nolan. My friends don't know what happened to Nolan. But for people to come around and say, oh, this happened for a fact, and I know this, and there's no telling me otherwise, then that's just stupid. You have no, half these people that are saying all these crazy things on the internet, those lies have already been debunked. There's evidence supporting this is a lie. Why are you still saying this? These people just have no idea what they're talking about. And it's very clear because a lot of these people just speak without thinking and post stuff without thinking. But at the end of the day, it just looks really stupid on their page and whatever they're posting on. But it's just sad. Like, people really take the time out of their day to post a bunch of BS lies on a bunch of 19 and 20-year-olds who have never done anything to hurt anyone and, you know, loved their friend. Like, I love that man more than anybody. And like, so did all of my friends. And it's absolutely horrible that these people want to come on and push this narrative. We had something to do with this, or we killed our best friend. It's just sick to me, Brandon. That's it.
Yeah.
Well, this might be too long, but I have a few things I need to add. First of all, with respect to Warren, if you just murdered your best friend on an island, the dumbest thing you could do would be to call the Coast Guard, to call a federal law enforcement agency and tell them, hey, can you guys go out and check out this island and look for Nolan Wells? Well, that's exactly what Warren did. Warren called the Coast Guard. And that is one of many very compelling facts. He got back and he called the Coast Guard. Does that sound like a guilty man to you?
Okay.
All right. Now,
So,
these are all American.
I'm going to stop right there, because what you're not going to do on this channel is diss the dead. You're not going to diss the dead. So you're not going to come in here talking about swim lessons or anything nefarious about Nolan Wells. Not on this channel. So I'm going to ask you to stay respectful in the comments, or I'm going to put your ass off my platform. I'm not playing with none of you today. None of you. Do not disrespect the dead on my channel. Thank you. Ridiculous. Heartless people.
Young men, incredible young men. And they did a lot more than just that. I won't go through it now, but they did a lot of heroic things after the fact, and they did the best they could. And they tried for their dear friend. All of their actions are the actions of innocent men, not guilty men. And again, they are categorically, completely, and totally innocent. All right, but that's not the end of it. I'll say this again. If you lied, you won't be able to hide. If you lie, you won't be able to hide. And you're going to be held accountable. And if you lied about these these good Ocean Springs people, you're going to be held accountable. You're going to be sued. I tell you, there are going to be lawsuits because we have already identified some of the worst offenders. And it may have felt good for them in the moment, instant gratification, sugar high. They got their sugar high. But long after that sugar high wears off, they're going to find themselves in court, and it's going to be excruciatingly painful. The only thing I can say about that is it won't be quite as painful as what they did to Morgan, Jax, and Warren.
So I'm confused, chat. I'm confused. Truth game. I'm so confused because what does he mean? What pain have they gone through? I didn't even know who Morgan and Jax were. What pain have they gone through? Somebody please help me understand. What pain? I mean, this attempt to flip the world's mind and heart towards them is diabolical. It's crazy work. It's insane. What pain? Tell me what pain has Morgan, Jax, and Warren experienced? What about the pain of the Wonsleys? What about the pain of his brothers and his sisters? What about that pain? I can't believe these people. It's diabolical. I'm going to get back to it because I'll start preaching.
Ed, I got one question for you because the way you guys articulate the defamation, obviously, if someone puts out online lies, knowingly and intentionally do them, knowing that they're lies, in part, that's a part of the defamation. But is the racial component, because when someone goes out and says things without evidence, projecting that this was a racial encounter, is that a part of this defamation, or does that not count as far as your tactics on defending them or defending their honor, I guess, in this situation?
Well, one thing that we're never going to do is we're never going to speculate and we're never going to guess like some other folks who got their sugar highs and are sucking up all the oxygen in the room for now, and they'll have their day in court. But we can talk about what might motivate people.
Threats.
And I won't talk about any particular people because I am not inside their head right now. But I can tell you that racism for profit
What is that?
is a major factor here.
What is, somebody explain to me,
And-
what is racism for profit? Somebody explain that. That's not making sense to me. What exactly is racism for profit? Do you guys see the play? Do you see the game right in front of you? What the hell is racism for profit? Who's doing that? The first thing they want to shout out is for people, to people like myself that really care about the kids that are being unalive on a daily basis. Oh, you're doing this for profit. You're doing this for clicks and views. Is that what he means? Because that's a lie. That's a lie. Why in the world would any African American person be doing this for clicks and views? They're pissing me off, but we're going to keep going. This is the same smuck lawyer that was on Nancy Grace's show. Unbelievable. Racism for profit. Like we want this pain. We desire it. Let's go.
We don't have to name names.
Let me see.
But racism for profit, generating outrage for profit. In the end, it's all about money. And
listen to the gaslighting.
We don't even have to think about whether the racism that these people are talking about is real or fake or anything like that. It's racism for profit. And it's part of the motive.
Racism
but
for profit.
When you have offenders who defame innocent young men, fine innocent young men, upstanding young men, it might be a constellation of motives.
Thank you.
Profit, animus, stupidity, ignorance. Maybe they just don't like evidence. See, we really like evidence here. Tyler Cox really likes evidence. I really like evidence. Morgan, Jax, Warren, we really like evidence. And that's the difference between the other guys and us. And we have evidence. We have the receipts. We have the goods. And we're going to be presenting it in court. And I will say, once we present it in court, we're going to say, now you can't leave.
Do you think that the other side, because I've seen...
What does that mean? Once we present it in court, now you can't leave. It's going to be painful for you. These threats are comical. These threats by this smuck lawyer are hilarious. Nobody is scared of you, my boy. Cut it out. Let's keep going.
And I will say, once we present it in court, we're going to say, now you can't leave.
Do you think that the other side, because I've seen through social media that there's a preparation of lawsuits against the boys. Is there merit, according to your knowledge in this space, is there merit to pursuing lawsuits against them?
I am so glad you asked that question because I can answer that question definitively and unequivocally. Anybody who sues Jax, Warren, or Morgan, they're going to end up paying our attorney's fees. Guaranteed. Any lawsuit, and I'm going to warn anyone right now, anybody who is...
Let's set the record. Let's be clear. There are no threats of lawsuits against these boys. See, that's my problem with this whole PR campaign. Nobody is threatening to sue these kids or young men. So I'm not understanding why Mr. Palzik is even asserting that. It's an attempt to make the Wonsleys be the bad guys when they're the actual true victims. And that's why there's so much outrage surrounding this case. All we asked was what happened to Nolan. That is all that they asked. What happened to Nolan? Why is it a slew of bots and what you call paid actors online attacking people asking what happened to Nolan? Let's keep going.
Thinking for 1 second about suing these fine young men, these good Ocean Springs people, you're going to pay their attorney's fees. You're going to lose. You're going to get annihilated. You're going to get crushed. You have nothing. And here's the beauty of it. We know you have nothing because we actually have the evidence. We know what happened. And I'll just say it like this. We have a pair of aces and you have 2-7 offsuit.
So with all the negative that's going on, obviously there's been positive that I've seen that have come y'all's direction. I felt like when Warren came out and did the interview the first time, of course, a lot of people decided to say a lot of negative things, but then there's a tremendous amount of people that were very supportive and thankful that they had a chance to hear the other side. So what are y'all's thoughts and feelings on the other side of this, where people have been supportive? You know, kind of what are your thoughts on that? What have you experienced in that area?
I want to start off and just say that has helped us tremendously through this. One, mentally knowing that there are people on our side that are here to help and want to help and are actually helping with the online stuff. And I want to say thank you to everybody who has made a video on the positive side of things and showing the actual facts and debunking a lot of false information and giving to the Gifts and Go. Yeah, that's another really big one. Thank you so much for that, giving to the Gifts and Go. That means a lot, more than you could ever imagine.
Yeah, Morgan.
I just want to say thank you to all the people out there. I mean, I personally went through and looked at all the there's a prayer thing you can say a prayer on there, and I personally went through and looked at all the prayers, and I'm just really appreciative of all the people that I know that have our backs and have supported us through all of this. It's really helped us out.
That's great.
Obviously I want to give thanks to my friends and my family. Really appreciate it. I mean, it's hard to get by every day without having a group of people behind you. And it really helps my friend and I's, especially like mental side of things, knowing that we have a community behind us that is willing to stand for us and stand for the truth. And we can't thank them enough. Like, seriously, with, like Morgan said, the prayers and just even the money and the Gifts and Go. It's a blessing from the Lord. And, we can't thank everybody enough. Seriously, it's been more than enough. So
Ed, what are your thoughts on this? I know you see the outpouring of support for the boys. I know that obviously with your credentials, you're taking on this case, which is a huge undertaking, representing multiple young people in this, with so many people that you have mentioned that could be possibly going to get sued in this. So what would you like to say to the people about this?
Well, the most important thing is that these three outstanding young men who are completely innocent are worth standing behind. It's worth standing behind them. It's worth supporting them, because these three gentlemen here, they're going to go out into the world and they're going to do incredible things for society. Right. These are three young men who want to help people and who are going to help people. They're just wonderful souls, wonderful human beings. So if you want someone to support, if you're looking for someone to support, and if you're looking for people who tell the truth and like evidence and common sense, you should support these guys, not the other guys who traffic in lies. All right. Now there's a Give, Send, Go page.
Did you guys just hear that? Did you guys just hear what this smuck attorney said? You guys should support these guys' GoFundMe, not the other guys, the Wonsleys, the one that lost their son, the ones that are truly in pain, the ones that have to live with this for the rest of their lives. Their pain is what needs to be supported. And this is why I don't like this attorney, and I do not like these young men because they are victimizing themselves. And it's diabolical because why are you flipping this to you, grifting off the name of Nolan Wells? Okay, I tell you what, this could have been prevented if you would not have left him on the island. If you did, we really don't know what happened. But let's go with your excuse, right? If he was really your brother and if he was really your friend, you would not have left Nolan on that island with no cell phone and no for sure way back. I am so tired of this. Nolan Wells is the victim. Christine and Elmore are victims. Nolan Wells' siblings are victims. Warren, Jax, Morgan, Wyatt, Bart, y'all not victims. My God, today, let's keep going. It's ridiculous. In the press conference, it is coming up. It has something that it'll start shortly. So once that starts, I'm going to quickly switch over to that. Okay. Thank you guys for staying with me. And if you can hit the like button, that'll be great.
Right? Those donations are very important. We have an incredible legal team. I'm very, very privileged to be working with Tyler Cox, called Cox. Right? Is that right? So, but we're going to be bringing powerhouse lawsuits, absolutely powerhouse. But it does require support, and any support is greatly appreciated. But there are also things that people can do that have nothing to do with money. All we're asking people to do is embrace reality, embrace common sense, and don't give in to your worst impulses. Do the research. Read. Look at the evidence, right? Start judging credibility and look at the respective motivations, the motives on both sides, right? On one side, you have some folks who maybe are not motivated by such great things. But what we have on our side and why you should support us, one word for you. My favorite word, which is virtue. We've got virtue, all right? We've got the honesty. We've got the integrity, right? We're doing the right thing here. Honesty, integrity. That's us. Honesty, integrity.
You see what he's doing? We have virtue. We are honest. We're the ones. Choose us. What about Christine Wonsley? What about Nolan's dad? And y'all quit calling that man his stepdad. That's Nolan's dad. Okay? What about his brothers, his sisters, his grandmother, his grandfather? What about his friends? Why are you telling people to choose you? You have not been charged, and by out of your own mouth on Nancy Grace's interview, Tyler Scott said, and you agreed, Paulzik, that the boys are not even suspects. So what are we choosing you for? My God.
Integrity and the truth. And those are very high virtues. And that's why you should support these incredible young men.
Well, thank you guys for agreeing to do an interview. I really, the purpose, and I think you guys can agree to this or lament to it, that the purpose is just to get the message out there. You know, I'm not an investigator in this case. I've done this for a living for a very long time. I know when people are lying and when they're not. And I want the world to know the reason I'm even willing to talk to you guys is because you've shown through evidence that you've shown me and also through your character that you guys are trustworthy and you're at least in good faith telling me your side of the story. And so I just want to say thank you guys for doing the interview and good luck.
Thank you.
All right, guys. First of all, I apologize for yelling. Shout out to everybody who has sent me gifts in the chat. Everybody who have sent me a super chat. Archangel Michael, he says, Auntie Leah, they didn't notify me. Sorry, sister. Hit those like, please, people. We need at least 400 likes. Thank you so much for being here. My awesome moderators are in the building. Thank you to the Truth Game. That interview was painful to watch. It was very painful to watch because to see people like flip to being a victim when all we asked was what happened with Nolan, and now you have a GoFundMe saying that you've been victimized. Your pain outweighs the Wonsley's pain. I don't get that. And it hurts to watch it because friends wouldn't do that. That right there tells me, in addition to the fact that you didn't care enough to make Nolan get on the boat with you, allegedly, you said he was drunk. He was impaired. So let's just go with your scenario. If he was drunk, if he was impaired, why didn't you make sure he got on the boat? There's laws that's been broken here. And I don't know why there has been no arrest for underage drinking, alleged drug activity, drug, or even maritime laws. When you didn't make sure the person that you took to an island got back home safely. All right, guys, what we have up, I apologize, is the press conference, but it has not started. It says it will begin shortly. All right, so let's just talk about it. Let's get into it. Let's read some comments. I just think all of this is crazy work. Victoria says, Tatum, you should have just shut up for real. You are denied.
That you're dealing with now for the last several weeks around Nolan Wells is indicative of many cases around the country that have raised serious questions with racial overtones. Attorney Crump and I are going tomorrow, where I'm doing the eulogy for a young Black man in Madison, Wisconsin, homeless, and they say had a knife, and there's the tape of him being shot. 3 cops surrounding him, shot and killed, 4 shots. And these cases building up in a climate of an administration in Washington that we cannot feel objectively investigated. There was a time that we could say if state authorities tell us, we need the Justice Department. Even under George Bush,
very bad
Justice Department
connection here.
We, at this point, have to hope that one, we could deal with civil courts, or secondly, that there's a balance of power with the Democrats taking the House in November, and maybe the Judiciary Committee under that can at least put a check and balance on cases that need to be investigated. But we are right now where we have 2 parents, lovely parents, I've gotten to know them, that really don't have an answer to the question. Is it a civil rights violation or not? And we know, how do you trust the words of people that say immediately no foul play when you haven't even investigated there was foul play? Do you trust people that come back from and never really give you a straight story of what happened, including you have the keys to the car? So when you have more questions than answers, you have to have people that will drive the answers out. And that's what we do. And that's why I've been involved, and that's why we stay involved. And it gets worse and worse and worse. The parents of one of the boys threatening to sue us for asking a question. Imagine that now. So y'all call it, what do you feel about?
Bad connection going on. Let me see if I can find this somewhere else, because that connection is awful. It really is. And it actually just went off. So give me a moment. I am trying to see if I can find the press conference on a different channel. It was supposed to be on WLOX. I do not see it here either. Let me see. I'm not sure. Watch line. Yeah, the press conference just stopped. So, and I seen somebody in the comments say go to YouTube, but they didn't tell us where to go. Just give me a moment. All right. I think I found another stream. All right, let me switch it up. I found it. Another stream. That was awful.
All the way. In light of that, before attorney, and I call him the Attorney General of Black America, gives us the legal basis, and then we hear from the parents. Congresswoman who lived herself through dealing with the whole tragedy of her own son. That's how we met. On a plane. She was a flight attendant at the time. And she stopped me on the plane and said, well, man, why ain't you dealing with my son's case? And we started a relationship. She ended up being elected right here in Georgia and reelected. They redrew her lines and she was reelected anyhow. The lines couldn't reduce the favor of the people. Congresswoman Lucy McBath.
Good afternoon, everyone. First, I want to say thank you to Reverend Al Sharpton, and also thank you to Attorney Crump for being the armor bearers for this family, the Nolan's family. It's a really, really sad occasion that we're here again. I was just saying to my staff on the way in, it's like this brings back so many vivid memories for me and my own family, having lost Jordan to unnecessary gun violence in November 2012, Black Friday, simply because he was Black and playing loud music in his car. And so here we are again today, here for the loss of another Black young man in our community. And we find ourselves asking the same questions. How did it happen? Why did it happen? And this family stands here demanding answers. This family deserves answers. I myself sought the same justice for my son, Jordan, that they're seeking for theirs, and they deserve answers. And they deserve justice. Justice that should not be denied this family, or should ever be denied to any of our children or our lost loved ones. As of the Congressional Black Caucus, I'm the second vice chair of the Congressional Black Caucus. We are demanding a full federal investigation. Kash Patel, we're demanding a full federal investigation as to what has actually happened to Nolan Wells. We want to make sure that everyone is unturned, because his life matters. All of our children's and our families' lives matter. And we must fight back. We must stand up, and we must demand accountability for this family's loss. We cannot turn a blind eye to what continues to happen again and again and again. That's the reason why I ran for Congress, to make sure that we continue to put a face on what's happening to our families.
Horrible connection.
And our communities every single day. We must say Nolan's name. Say his name.
Say his name.
Lift his name. And as the national Black journalists of this country, you have the ability to be able to lift this story and not let it die. We see over and over again these kinds of tragedies in our communities that continue to happen. And they make it to CNN. They make it to MSN Now. They make it to our local news for maybe 30 days, if that. And then the stories are gone. And the carnage is left with the families and the communities that have lost someone that they love. So I thank the National Black Journalists. Thank you for lifting this family story. Do not let it die. Continue to say his name. Continue to tell his story, because they deserve justice, and it matters. It mattered for me. It mattered for Trayvon. It mattered for Eric Brown. It matters for all of our loved ones that we have lost.
As Attorney Crump comes, let me say, as Congresswoman McBath has said, the caucus has asked the federal government to look into it. For those of us that are worried about the politicalization of the present administration, that is why January becomes important, that we have a judiciary committee that can also monitor when investigation happens now or does not happen. So it won't end there. They may come out with any announcement they want in the next month or so. We having the big march August 28th in Washington, we must deal with voting rights. So we have the right people in, so we can check and balance. I want to say to people in Mississippi, whatever investigation you come with, once we have a fair and balanced government, your investigation will be investigated. It will not end with what they say in Mississippi. Attorney General of Black America, Benjamin Crump.
Thank you so much, Mentor. Reverend Allen, thank you for helping not only lead the effort to get to the truth, but keeping this family in your prayers as you have done so many more families, giving them support. I'm Attorney Ben Crump, along with Attorney Eric Ertz, Attorney Lisa Park, Attorney Ahmad Smith. We have the honor of representing the family of Nolan Wells. Obviously, you all have come to know his parents, Christine and Elmore Wonsley. And this is hard. I heard Congresswoman McBath, who lost her son Jordan almost 12 years ago. And it's still raw and emotional when you hear her talk about the loss of a child. I mean, he's not coming back. And that is the story. Everything else is just, you know, how early is distraction. The story is what happened to Nolan Wells. Somebody knows something. Somebody saw something. I'm thankful to Reverend Al Sharpton and Mr. Tyler Perry and Terrell Owens and Byron Allen putting up these rewards. I understand others have now put up rewards, and that's good because that means we all have the same objective. We want the truth about what happened to Nolan Wells, and it is urgent. It is urgent because each day that goes by, you worry, will we ever get to the truth? And so that's why we want to thank CBC for calling on the federal authorities and anybody else who has resources to help this family get to the truth of what happened to their son. I know I was talking to Kristen Clark, and she said, no, let's make sure that all taxpayers' money that goes to support federal resources apply to our children too.
Right.
I mean, let's say that nobody should say, oh, it doesn't matter that much because it's a black child. No, it matters. All of our children matter. And so we are going to continue every day to say his name, Attorney Hertz, Attorney Park, Attorney Smith, trying to work with the local district attorney to give them what they need to do a thorough, fair, full, impartial investigation. That's what we're asking for. Everything else is just a distraction because Nolan's birthday is next Wednesday, August 19th. It is going to be extremely difficult for his mother, his father, and his family, because this August 19th will be like no other that they've ever had for the last 19 years. I mean, it's a milestone when your child gets to be 18 years old. You try to breathe a little easier, Reverend. Now you say, man, we almost got them there. They at the cusp of being an adult, cusp of manhood. And you heard how Elmore was working so hard, him and Nolan, his football career. I mean, he had a good start, but this was really going to be his year. I mean, so much hope, so much promise. And then July 4th came, and 4th of July will never be the same to Christine and Elmore. And on the 19th, next Wednesday, his family, we're all asking for prayer for Nolan. I know there's going to be a prayer visual in Ocean Springs. I know Reverend Al is going to work to make sure we're all praying all across the nation. But y'all, let's pray. Can we pray together in unity to say, let's get to the truth of what happened to Nolan Wells? Can we do that, America? Can we at least come together in unity on his birthday? Everybody who claimed to ever be a friend of his, can we come together in unity and pray for the truth and try to have love in our hearts for this family, for this brokenhearted mother and father, his sisters and brothers? Can we try to give them grace and give them love and pray for their humanity? Who was lost on 4th of July and is never coming back. Right. That's so much to ask. Let's have a national day of prayer on August 19th, next Wednesday, for Nolan Wells. And at this time, we'll hear from his mother and father, then Eric, and us will try to answer your questions.
Hello, everyone. Thank you all for having us, for platforming our son's story. As many of you know, his 19th birthday is next Wednesday. And it's,
My
as
God.
the days gets closer, and it's definitely getting harder, that realization is really sinking in. That we don't have our son physically here anymore. And I think a lot of people have forgotten. Only thing we want to know is what happened. That's all we want to know, is what happened to our son. Because many parents out there, you still have your children. You still can hug them. You still can call them. You still can celebrate their life with them. And we do not have that anymore. Our lives have forever changed. This new normal is something I would never wish on anyone, not even my worst enemy. The hurt that we feel daily, the conversations that we have to have, not just with each other, but also with our other children as they are grieving as well. So we ask that everyone, please, next Wednesday, join us in prayer. as for us as a family, but also too for everyone out there, but especially for Nolan and the process that we're going through. And again, we thank you so much.
First of all, I want to say thank you to everyone who's constantly keeping our son's story in the forefront. You don't know how much we really appreciate that. Nolan brought light to our family. He was the fun in it. And with his birthday coming up, like my wife said, we have to deal with a new normal. Who knows what these years are gonna bring, but we know that these years on August 19th is gonna bring a lot of hurt, some laughter as we think about memories. But as far as our family, a very big piece will no longer be there. We just want the truth. We just want to know what any other parent would want to know. We're asking the questions any parent would ask. And if you feel that something's wrong with that, then that's a problem that you have to deal with. But as far as us and our family, we're just asking for truth, transparency, and to please keep us in your prayers. Next week is going to be a hard week, and the years follow are going to be hard.
Thank you very much, Christian and Elmore. It never gets easier, Reverend Al. And they're asking, I know Reverend Jamal Bryant is coming to Ocean Springs. Anybody who can come to Ocean Springs to be at the prayer vigil with them on a Wednesday evening at 7 p.m., please come. And if you can't come, please have prayer vigils in your city and your communities. We need to find out what happened. Attorney Hurts, Attorney Parks, and Reverend Allen, as we'll try to answer your questions. Family, obviously, motion, they'll try to answer questions if they can. Any questions?
Hello, my name is Logan John with NBJ.
Yeah, give us where you're calling, where you.
Yes. NABJ News.
Okay.
What do you believe accountability and justice involves should look like?
It's very simple. As we always say, if it was your child, what will accountability and justice look like? Well, that's the same thing they want for their child. Whatever it would be for your child, that's the same thing they want. Whatever investigation you would do for your child, that's the same investigation they want. We're not asking for anything special. We just want equal justice for our children too.
And I think that we must be very much emphasizing is they have said, again here with the press conferences and statements they made throughout when they started at our headquarters in Harlem speaking to the president. They're not trying to come to a conclusion. The other side did, saying that there was no foul play. They're trying to tell us what happened. And we're going to stand with them on that, and as well as other cases around the country. Yes, sir.
Ezekiel Tomaco with ABC 24. There's been a lot of misinformation and rumors spreading on social media. Is there anything that you guys would like to do that stood out for you?
Let me just say this.
Well, I mean, I think that social media has distorted a lot. I think for myself and Ben, we're public figures that you're gonna have social media lie on us every day. I don't even know if I'm really here according to social media. But what hurts us is the distortions they've done on the family.
I agree.
Where they've harassed her in her job and sent stuff to their house. Distorted with the father's question. They didn't ask to be public figures. They only are trying to get justice for their son. So I would just say, whatever social media people are trying to get likes and hits and all, do that against people like me that offered ourselves, but they didn't ask for this. All they want is what happened to their son.
And I'll simply say this, because that question has come up, and I released a statement, and I want to be clear about it. We defend the First Amendment rights of content creators reporting on Nolan Wells' case. We stand with content creators, independent journalists, and citizens who are responsibly reporting on the Nolan Wells case and asking legitimate questions in pursuit of truth and accountability. The First Amendment protects robust public discussion on matters of public concern, and those protections are not reserved just for traditional media. We are deeply concerned when cease and desist letters, threatened lawsuits, or other legal pressure become tools to intimidate or silence lawful scrutiny. There is an important difference between knowingly spreading false information and asking questions. Examining, I want to make sure I get it exactly as we stated. Okay. There's an important difference between knowingly spreading false information and asking questions, examining evidence, identifying inconsistencies, expressing opinions, and demanding transparency. Reporting should not be silent. Reporting should not be silenced, and legitimate questions should not be met with intimidation. Those seeking truth and accountability in the Nolan Wells case have every right to continue asking questions and demanding answers, because we are America and we have a right to the First Amendment. That includes Black people and all people.
Hi, Ms. Clay Murray, Philadelphia Hall Monitor. My question is for Congresswoman McDash. Has the formal request for the FBI from the Congressional Black Caucus been delivered to the FBI, and what deadline have you given them for a response?
We've actually we've actually written a letter, a formal letter, and it's already been executed. We've already sent it forth. We are giving them time to respond. We did not give them a specific deadline, but we did say that we are expecting to have an answer as soon as we possibly can.
Attorney Crump, Ryan Young from CNN. Thank you to the family again for standing there and talking to us. There's been a lot about the meeting that you were supposed to have with the DA's office and the cooperation that they were supposed to be giving. Can you update us and tell us whether or not the family has had any contact with the DA's office? Have they talked to you? Have the investigators put their arms around you at all?
Attorney Eric Kurtz and Attorney Parker.
Very hard to hear.
I'm Eric Kurtz, law firm Eric J. Kurtz, PC, and I am heading the independent investigation in this case. I think the first thing, before I get to the exact question, is what's worse than losing a child? Probably nothing. But what makes it horrible is not knowing, and transparency is the key. So with us going into this case as doing an independent investigation, we first thank all the people on stage, all the people that have helped, and we thank you, the media. We have had much communication with the district attorney, and I feel that is confidential. We have cooperated, I can tell you that, and we just want to cooperate like anyone else would have to cooperate, and we're continuing to do that. It's a duty to our clients.
So just to
address that specifically, you may already realize and already know there was a meeting on July 15th in Mississippi with the DA's office. At that meeting, there were several things discussed about the investigation regarding Nolan Wells and what happened to him. In that meeting, there were several things that were set out and agreed to, and we expect the DA, as well as our own team, to follow those agreements.
Yes, sir.
And Greg Dunmore from Hope Street Media out of Detroit, the ABC Station TV 20. Evil prevails when good men and women remain silent when the facts come out, and they will come out. If it indicates.
Okay, two things, guys. Two things. All right. Two things before we continue. This live is not about Tasia Fortune. May she rest in peace. Number two. That's number one. In addition to that, someone is trying to deflect and change the narrative in the comments. Is it Damian Davis? Interesting name, Damian. Okay. The guy that was arrested was not arrested for the death of Tasia Fortune. He was arrested for a gun charge. So please stop deflecting in my comments, okay? It's not true. Once they do arrest him, if they do arrest him for the death of Tasia Fortune, I will report on that. But you in the comments spread misinformation, talking about he drowned or move on to Chicago and all the bullshit that you're trying, I need my moderators to start putting their ass out of here. Time them out immediately. Stop trying to change the subject while we are trying to find out and get an update on Nolan Wells. Out of here immediately, please. Thank you.
That something sinister did not happen and it was a freak accident. Will you believe that the truth is still not being revealed? Because if the truth is not going to indicate on some level that something sinister was done.
Somebody blocked Tish Time. She wants to be blocked.
It could be something else. If the truth
crazy
is
word.
that it was not.
Crazy work. This is stupid. This is troll activity. Here this heifer is. Tish Time talking about, yes, please block me. Heifer, don't you know you can just leave? Wench, you don't have to be here. Grow up. Yes, please block me. Stupid ass. Got me cussing and shit. Sick of it.
The truth comes out. Yes. And it's clear that we will accept the truth. That's all we're asking for. And we only have said that the people that are attacking them for raising the question of the truth say the same thing. I think that we've leaned over backwards in every press event, at the funeral, me doing the eulogy, saying we weren't going to prejudge. Yet they keep getting lambasted. Imagine this. You're losing your child and you're being attacked for asking what happened. They're not political figures. Why are they under attack for asking for the truth? So it's not about us accepting, it's about whether or not those involved can accept. Yeah.
Yes, do you mind with Black Wall Street Times?
Well, they always try to shut us up. I will not be silenced. Yeah, it's on.
Yes, Nehemiah Franklin.
Don't move the mic. Okay.
Try this again. Okay. Yes, Nehemiah Franklin with the Black Wall Street Times out of Tulsa, Oklahoma. Condolences to you both. My question is for Mr. Wonsley. When you went to Jack's house and he used the past tense and literally said to you, from what you've told us, the media, that the brother, or that he said that Nolan was like a brother a day before the body actually washed up, was that like alarm? Did it send any alarm bells for you at all?
Put yourself in a father's shoes and you just found out that your child is missing. The only thing you want to know is where he is. trying to go back and think about specific words at that moment, I wasn't thinking about that. My mind and my focus was finding my whereabouts of my son.
Hey, Tom Jones, reporter for WSB TV here in Atlanta. I keep hearing about this young lady that Nolan left with. Has anybody managed to talk to her?
I think that what we're trying to carefully do is not impugn the investigation. So what may not have happened in terms of the dialogue with the lawyers and the family would not be prudent to testify on WSB Atlanta.
Hi, my name is Jahara Wilson with Glavity. You're calling on the Department of Justice to open an independent federal review of Nolan's death. What do you believe federal investigators could uncover that local and state authorities?
Let me clarify also, the Congresswoman want to get some clarity.
Also, I do want to clarify that we've given them 7 days to respond. It was 7 days. So I'm sorry about that.
What your question was, what do we hope to get from them, the federal investigation? What anybody will hope. We are taxpayers too. It's the federal resources that can offer resources to help investigate the matter thoroughly. And so Nolan was not only Christine and Elmore's child, but when you think about it in a philosophical way, he was all of our children. But by the grace of God, it could be our child next. And as American citizens, we have the absolute right to say our federal government should extend resources for our children like they will extend to everybody else. I would never forget when President Obama, with Reverend Al and I, when Trayvon Martin was unalive, and he said that it's important that we extend all of the resources of the federal government to help this family get to answers of the truth. And that's all you would want if it was your child. That's all they want if their child. Every resource available, help us get to the truth.
And let me say that and answer that. It's important that you understand that when we raise these issues, that's all what we wanted. We raised the issue, I was out front, Ben was the attorney with Trayvon Martin, and we finally got George Zimmerman in court. When the jury said not guilty, we said we disagreed, but we didn't go and attack his parents. We didn't go and chase him down. We accepted that. When we had the killing in Missouri with Michael Brown, and President Obama was president, we asked for the federal government to come in there. Eric Holder and them investigated the case and said there was no federal case that they could bring. We accepted that. So don't act like we don't accept it. We accept it when Michael Brown's case didn't go federal. We accept things when they're fair, but we want them to be fair. That's why I said, as the Congressman said, they're giving them 7 days. The FBI come back either way, but we want it reviewed by the Congress at some point. I'm on my way tomorrow to Madison, Wisconsin, to deal with Ruiz shot on camera. Well, man, there's a company trying to get a contract that is in business with ICE. I'm going to talk about that tomorrow. We look at it from a civil rights point of view. They're dealing with it from their son. This is fresh blood.
Yes, ma'am.
Susanna Capaluca with NPR. Has the DA said anything to your attorneys regarding the joint investigation of the cell phone?
I'm sorry. Can you repeat that, please?
Oh, sorry. Has the DA said anything, given any guidance on the joint investigation of the cell phone?
We are in constant communication, and just like anything, like to address the gentleman sitting next to you. What was your name again?
Greg.
Yeah, you get 2 shots. Yeah.
This is Greg Dunmore.
Okay. Just to address Greg's question, the truth has to be proven and shown with the methodology, the way they came about. Someone just can't come out and say, hey, I have a Ferrari, and then you believe.
Let's talk about this comment right here, and then we'll get back to the press conference. They did not send a letter for a lawsuit. They sent a letter asking for them to preserve information. If you guys do not know what you're talking about, please shut the hell up. Just shut the hell up, please. That's all I needed to say. Let's get back to the press conference. This is ridiculous. These trolls are just crazy.
They have a Ferrari. I don't have a Ferrari. The truth has to be shown. You got to bring them to your garage, show them the title. That's the truth. And yes, we will accept the truth. So the same way with what the young lady sitting next to you is saying, which is we have procedures that the courts require that we as lawyers ethically have to follow in order to turn over evidence. There's chains of custody. There's protected private information. And we are willing, in fact, today, I'm not doing anything the rest of the day, to meet with the FBI and our person, our expert, to go over that phone. And we've made that clear. So we're ready to do that at any moment.
We just want to say one last point on that.
I'm going to back up a little bit. So just to clarify, what the agreement was that the DA's office, and this is the Jackson County DA's office, as well as our forensic team, and possibly the FBI, were going to together download and examine the phone. So it's done one time with everybody together, right? This is very common in the law. I mean, what you all may be more used to is when there's a terrible car accident, and then there's an examination of that car, and everybody comes together one time. They don't move that car around, and everybody does their own thing. This is what is supposed to happen. We are waiting for the DA to determine the time, the place, the date. Let us know, and we are going to be there with our forensics team and anybody else, but it's done one time, one examination. We're ready for it to happen.
Julie Walker, Associated Press. Can you give us a sort of a timeline of what's next going forward, including any possible lawsuits that would be filed, not against you, as you had mentioned before, but that you would be filing? And then the completion of the independent autopsy and how that's moving along, and anything else that would be moving forward. And I know you had mentioned you wanted that national day. Other than that, anything in the future?
Well, we want to make sure people understand we're going to follow the truth wherever it leads us. There's been a lot made about we want to come and bring some lawsuit. When Christine and Elmore called me, we weren't thinking about bringing a lawsuit. We were thinking about just helping them get to the truth. That is a vehicle that we can use to get to the truth if the facts tell us that. We send out preservation letters, and everybody said, oh, they're going to sue them. No. We send out preservation letters to preserve the evidence. And in those standard letters, you say litigation is reasonably anticipated to say, don't get rid of the evidence. We're on record that we want the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. And that's what's going to lead us in what we do. It's about the evidence, nothing else. And this family has always said from day one, even when I called Reverend Allen and talked to him, they have been consistent. We want to know what happened to our child. Everything else is just, it's just clickbait and everything. It's about what happened to our child. Black Press, NABJ, we need you now more than ever to keep everybody focused. What happened to this 18-year-old Black teenager in Mississippi? Because there have been questions when you look at the history of the Deep South where young Black people are unalive and nobody ever gets any answers. Well, we want Nolan Wells not to be like many others that came before him.
And that is why, as I said earlier, August 28th, the anniversary of Dr. King's March, Martin III and I called, we were doing a huge march in Washington, Lincoln Memorial. This will be highlighted in other cases because these things keep happening, and to protect the right to vote. So we intend to stay out on the battlefield as long as necessary. Yes.
And I'd ask about the independent autopsy.
We understand that Dr. Roger Mitchell is made himself available at any point that the district attorney's office and the medical examiner will allow him to come. He's ready, willing, and able to go do it.
You mentioned just now that multiple cases have happened like this that are similar. What do you think about this case in particular being called race politics?
About this case in particular, what?
Being considered race politics.
I think that the race politics of this case has been the reaction. I think that we're not predetermining that the case was racial. We're determining that the answer, the investigation, has been racially divided, and that's what made it racial. Yeah, I'll take two more. This is a press conference, not a revival. We're not gonna be here all afternoon.
Yes, sir. I know, so to be a loud voice, in particular, piggyback on what Attorney Trump said, is it the fact that this happened in Mississippi, why it seems to be so difficult to get answers in regards to the black man's death?
Did you say Trump or rather than Crump? I'm just trying to. Yeah, we praying for you at the prayer meeting.
I want to keep an open mind. I know there have been several attacks on us just for asking questions, and it's okay. I mean, when you think about Mississippi, they attacked all my heroes. The governor's predecessors, they attacked, Ida B. Wells, Medgar Evers, my personal hero, Thurgood Marshall, Dr. Martin Luther King, for saying that we're going to stand up for Black life and Black humanity and the right to Black people to have the Constitution applied to them as American citizens. So I'm unapologetic in my defense of Black life, Black liberty, and Black humanity. God has a calling on all our lives. And when you figure out what that calling is, you don't second guess it. You say, God, I know why I put on this earth, to be there to stand up for our people in times when they have nobody else to stand up for them. And so whether it's Mississippi or anywhere else in the deep South, or as Malcolm X said, I heard they discriminate against Black people in the South. He said, I guess my definition of the South would be anything beneath the Canadian border, because last time I checked, they discriminate against Black people all across America. Yeah. And so what we're saying is we are open-minded. We want to trust them, but we can't be naive. We have to verify everything, as Attorney Hurt said. Whatever conclusions you come to, we want the methodology. Whatever investigation you're doing, we want to know that it's the same investigation that you would do with your child, not treat Nolan any differently. That's what we're trying to do. That's all we're asking.
All right, we're going to take one more, and then we have to take the family out. Jesse Jackson Jr., who has his own radio show.
I represent BDLA today. Let me ask a question, Reverend Sharpton, Reverend Crump, and even the Congresswoman. Nolan Wells's body was found on federal territory, Horn Island, run by the National Park Service. Are you aware of any death investigation opened up by the National Park Service into his death on federal land? First question, actually two parts. There have been 7 arrests made for the swimming pool, also run by the National Park Service. Why the disparity between arrests over the reflecting pool in front of the Lincoln Memorial and 0 arrests, subpoenas regarding the National Park Service in the case of Nolan?
The answer, and I have the lawyer's answer, is that is why we raised it, thanks to the CBC and Congresswoman, to a federal level, because the federal government has to answer those questions of involvement, because Horn Island is federal property. And while they can have a grand jury indict around the reflection pool, then announce they're pulling back the charges, now have with a new special grand jury. They done went to a pool twice and haven't come to Horn Island one time, and it was federal property. So I think that the contradiction there is why we keep raising the question.
And also too, as a matter of record, you know, being in Congress,
Okay,
there is
so
federal oversight.
please do not use any curse words in the chat. If you're going to use curse words, you have to spell them wrong or spell them backwards or use symbols. Please do not do that. Thank you.
And I sit on Judiciary Committee in Congress. We also have the Senate Judiciary Committee. And oftentimes there are a lot of these kinds of investigations that come before us because we have the authority for oversight. So since this is considered, at this point, would be considered something of national federal interest, that is the reason why we're asking for the accountability to make sure that this is not just swept under the rug.
And I'll say in conclusion, thank you to the media. Now more than ever, the fourth branch of government, we need you. NABJ, we need you now more than ever. We're talking about Nolan Wells, but remember, there were two other 18-year-old Black teenagers who were unalived in highly questionable situations. Tyler Smith and David Irvin. And we need to be talking about these children. We got, you know, the young lady, Alyssa Hackett, who was, I mean, brutalized by a state trooper and who cursed her. I mean, she's a tiny Black teenager. And, you know, Reverend Allen, as we were looking at the video, as a girl dad, I mean, if a police officer can't have an interaction with a Black teenage girl without body slamming her, cursing her, and punching her in the face, what does that say about where we're at in America in 2026? This is about covering those stories, even when people who may run your news out don't want you to cover the stories. We need you to give us a voice in the tradition of Ida B. Wells. We can't have the police just writing the narratives and the reports. We need you all writing those narrative reports. And you got to challenge your white counterpart and say it. Ida B. Wells said famously, Reverend Al, the killers write the police reports. No, we need NABJ to write the reports and the narratives. Thank you.
Amen. Amen. All right, so that is the end of the press conference. Now, as I previously stated, part 3 of the boys' interview with Officer Tatum will start at 1:12 p.m. What is going on with these odd times? That what are they code? Is it numerology? He picks like very odd times to basically go live or air the interview. Like it starts at 1:12 p.m. What does that mean? What does 1:12 p.m. mean? So I thought that I would end the live and then we would just come back. But since it's so close, I'm not going to end the live. Just hang out with me. We're going to watch a few more clips. I really appreciate everybody in the chat. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much for being here. I really appreciate you. I'm going to ask that you please hit the like button. So while we're waiting on part 3 of the boys' interview, I want to, it's a lot of questions surrounding the phone. So Don Lemon, he actually went into detail yesterday, along with some other people that were on his panel with him about the phone. So let's go ahead, and I want to go ahead and pull that up and watch that while we are waiting on part 3 of the interview for Nolan Wells. You're welcome, Joyce.
Good morning, Lemonheads. Good morning, Lemon Nation. Okay, I got to get to it really quickly because there is a very big show. Lots of developments and updates that are coming from, I hate to say both sides here because one's a victim and the other, of whatever happened of dying. And then the other is, people who are defending themselves against whatever public opinion out there. Okay, so here's the deal. Hit the like and the thumbs up. It affects the algorithm. More people become aware of our conversation on our channel and the journalism that we're doing here in independent media. So first I want to tell you the breaking news as it relates to, as I said, this exclusive that we had. I'm going to talk about that. And then there's some breaking news coming up from, there's a letter that has been sent to the head of the FBI and to the Attorney General in regards to this case. Okay, so like and thumbs up. Let me know where you're streaming from and you're watching us from. Charlotte, hello to you. Hello, Tennessee. Thank you all for joining. Okay, so I want to play this audio and then we have an exclusive response from the law firm or the team that is representing the Nolan Wells case. This was on Dan Abrams' show. Dan Abrams on Sirius XM. You've been on this show. He's been on this show. He's a friend of the show. So I want you to listen to this and then the response from the legal team representing the Wells Wonsley family. Here it is.
Was Nolan Wells, were there messages missing out of his phone? And the second thing is photos have come out. Yeah, they're saying that there were messages missing off of his phone. His phone was wiped. And another thing, there's pictures of, like with the modern day with people with cell phones and social media, there's pictures with adults on that boat. There, in one of the adults they're even saying is like an affluent crowd, judge, businessman. They were saying there's just kids, but there are adults there.
Right, but here's the thing that they're saying. I don't know who the they is, but go ahead. Tyler, you want to take this one? Or
yeah, I'd love to.
Yeah.
So let me ask you this. I saw a headline a few weeks back that said Ben Crump and the family is going to allow the Jackson County Sheriff's Office access to Nolan's phone. You know what I never heard? I never heard him follow through with that. I have reason to believe, and I do believe, that they have not cooperated with law enforcement. I do not think that they have turned in Nolan's phone. And I'm willing to bet my reputation on that. I don't think they've cooperated at all. They do not have Nolan's phone. They haven't had access to Nolan's phone. The Jackson County Sheriff's Department hasn't. So how can you say that there's text missing or there's photographs missing? Our boys had no reason to do anything with Nolan's phone other than give it back to Christine and her friends later that night.
Okay, so my question to that is, why didn't Warren tell Christine when he allegedly called her to ask if she's heard from Nolan that he had their phone? Why did she have to use 360 to track the phone? That's what I want to know. Let's keep going.
Anything about missing text messages or Snapchats is completely false.
Edward, go ahead.
I'll just add something. And again, this is why you
hold on, Andy. So just folks are asking what we're listening to. And again, I explained in the beginning, if you're not here in the beginning, you probably didn't know. This is an interview with the attorneys for the boys on Dan Abrams' Sirius XM show. And they are saying that the family has not turned over the phone, Nolan Wells' phone, and they are saying that to their knowledge, and that there were not any missing text messages or anything that was wiped or scrubbed. That's what they are saying. Okay, continue on just a little bit.
Ground there, or in the water. When I went to the island, when I was fortunate enough to have that opportunity on Friday, one of the things you notice right away is that there's no dock. There's not a boat launch. There's not a dock.
Okay.
when
So
you
what
get
he's
to
saying,
the,
so you heard what he said. He's saying that they haven't turned over, that they have not cooperated, and that now he's and to his knowledge that has not happened. So I don't know what they're insinuating or whatever. Okay. And he's saying there was not a dock. So what you had to do, he says in this, is you swim 50 or 100 feet to go in, and most people don't want to bring their phones in or what have you. So now we had this. I don't think we explained this yesterday enough, and I didn't realize it was an exclusive when I got it, to be quite honest with you. And then the team reached out and said, you're the only one who has this, and we're going to release it later on this afternoon. And so this is the letter from the attorneys who are representing the family. And as we do this, I want to tell you, we're going to bring in Charles from TMZ in just moments, and he's going to discuss this and other updates. But it says, please be advised that A.R. Smith Law PLLC has been retained to serve as a local counsel for the estate and family of Nolan Wells. Moving forward, I will be working alongside the legal team at the Ben Crump, and he goes on to say that. And it says, as a legal team has stated previously, including during our in-person meeting with Wells family and counsel, we have been and remain ready and willing to cooperate, arranging a joint forensics inspection of Nolan Wells' personal cell phone. During that meeting, we specifically discussed having an examination conducted through the digital forensics lab at Mississippi Gulf Coast Community College, as well as the possibility of FBI involvement in that process. Our position has not changed. We are prepared to coordinate a mutually agreeable date and procedure for the examination of the phone. Accordingly, to the extent there has been any suggestion that we have been unwilling to have or have failed to cooperate with the investigation, we want to make it clear, that this is not the case. You also previously indicated that Dr. Mitchell would be provided an opportunity to review the materials necessary for him to complete an autopsy review. We remain prepared to facilitate that process. Please provide us with available dates and times for Dr. Mitchell to review those materials, along with any instructions necessary to arrange his access. We would like to move both of these matters forward promptly and remain available to coordinate with your office. Very truly yours, Ahmed R. Smith, which is A.R. Smith Attorneys LLC.
Okay. So you guys heard what he just read, the letter that he sent to the DA. All right. So they're asking, can Dr. Mitchell, the one who did the independent autopsy for the family, review the body parts that were missing to complete his autopsy, to finalize it? And they also asked for dates where they can come down there with Nolan's phone and do a corroborated, both of them, inspect the phone data. That's what they said in the beginning. I mean, when it comes to this case, I don't know if I would trust them either, especially the fact that when the sheriff came out and just flat out said there is no foul play. Shout out to TB. Thank you so much for becoming a panel member. Welcome to the green team. But guys, pay attention. Pay attention. They are really implanting false information every single day. They never said they was going to give up Nolan's phone. They agreed to a joint inspection of the data. Let's keep going.
Okay, thank you for that, for sending that to us. Okay, so here is who I want to bring in, Charles Lataboutier, from his executive producer from TMZ. Charles.
Sorry, he's not.
Like
he walked away for a second. He'll be right back.
Oh, he walked away. Okay. Well, we'll get Charles on in a minute. So anyway, yesterday when we got this information, we reached out to the law firm. They have since said that they won't come on and discuss it. It was in the letter, whatever's in that letter, that's what it is. And basically this letter is saying that they have been communicative, that they have done whatever it is, a due process or whatever. But it is interesting, and just be honest, that the phone has not been turned over. Now, I understand that the family has concerns about the process. They have concerns about the investigative techniques that are being used, or as they said, not being used. And so they may be unwilling to do it because they're, not having trust in the authorities there. However, I don't know. I'm not an attorney. I don't know what that means. Does that mean anything for the family or for for the investigators? I am not sure. It's interesting though, that this grieving mom and the folks who are in the investigators are sort of being pitted against each other. Here's Charles. Charles, I'm not sure. Are you there? Can you hear me, brother?
Yep, I can hear you, Don.
Hey, Charles, good morning. Thank you for joining us. Listen, I just, these details seem to be coming in this case. You never know when they're going to come. Again, I don't know if you if you heard me reading the letter and now, this was sent out. What do you make of this?
I mean, it sounds like the family, I think you nailed it, saying that they're willing to work with the authorities, but they don't trust the authorities. And what I heard, the key thing there is they said they're willing to do a joint forensic examination of the phone. It does sound like they have been holding on to the phone. They don't want to give it to the authorities and let them and leave it to their device, to them to do their process without having their own investigator there at the same time. So it sounds like, basically what they're saying is we'll hand over the phone, but we're going to send our forensic investigator too, and they will sit there with your investigators and go through the phone. But it doesn't sound like they're willing to just hand over the phone and let the authorities do whatever they want with it.
Mm-hmm. So, but it seems, in some of these things, Charles, it seems like a long time, right? I mean, you and I were discussing what happened with some of the other high-profile cases and the toxicology reports and all of that, the autopsy reports, all the things. These things don't happen as quickly as people would think in real life, right? It's not like Law and Order where the case is solved and you get all the information within, an hour or 45-minute period.
No, it's definitely not like that. And, we were just talking about it this morning before our morning meeting that it's coming up on, I believe, 7 weeks now. Mm-hmm. Next week will be 7 weeks. And typically it's around that 7 to 8 week period where you start expecting that there could be toxicology results coming out. Not before that, but every department around the country is different. I'm basing that mostly on cases that we've covered here in LA, but I can't speak to how the process works down in Ocean Springs. But around 8 weeks is when you could say, what's going on here. And obviously people have wanted the autopsy results, the toxicology results. They wanted it 2 days after Nolan's body was found. Just doesn't work that way. But, if this thing drags on to, beyond 10 weeks, beyond 12 weeks, people are really going to start asking questions. And the question is going to be, and I understand why the sheriff has not wanted to discuss a lot of what's going on in this case. It's an open investigation, and I get that. But you also got to be realistic about the fact that this is an incredibly high profile case with a lot of attention around the country and is creating a lot of divisiveness around the country. So, at some point you would think the sheriff has got to come out and say, look, here's where we are. We know everyone wants these results, but we just don't have it yet. And here's what's happening in our lab. They tell us it could be, give people a range or something so they have some expectations. But, that's not happening. And I don't think that it should have happened up to this point. I'm saying that in the next couple of weeks, if we don't hear anything, people are going to get very antsy, more so than they have been.
Charles, you've been saying, and now people are finally coming around. I don't know if you remember, I said that there should be a regular cadence of information that is being released or debunked from the investigators, right? Or we can't say that. And that is not happening. So in my opinion, they are helping to fuel this environment of, people who are speculating and just, filling in the void here, filling in the void online. So I agree with you 100%. I'm not saying that they have to come out every single day, but there should be some sort of, update, on the situation.
Yeah, I mean, I understand why you feel that way, Don, but I think from law enforcement side, you go, if we're going to come out and start debunking every theory that pops up online, then you got to pick and choose which ones. Becomes this slippery slope. Why did you debunk this one and not that one? Then people think that that's giving credence to the one that they didn't debunk. Maybe they just didn't see that one.
I agree with you 100%.
There's just so many theories.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying every single one. I just think that there should, this some sort of right. When was the last time there was an update, Charles? Wasn't it like when the sheriff came out and said it looks like an accident? We're looking at this as accidental. That was the last one that I've seen. So I think we're on the same page with this one. I agree with you. Not every single thing, but just in terms of, you saw the letter there from the attorneys. I just want to show people when they're basically what they're describing. Again, I'm not an attorney, but I have done these stories a lot. Is what's called a filter team, FILTER team, or they call it a taint team. And if you look on your screen now, you'll see what that means, Charles, because this is not an unusual process. A filter team or a taint team, whatever, consists of prosecutors or agents selected to review materials seized in the course of an enforcement action to determine whether any of the materials are protected by the attorney-client privilege. These reviewers are specifically not a part of the prosecution team handling the enforcement action in which the search warrant was used. The taint team members are able to review the seized materials to determine whether any documents or communications are subjected to the protections of attorney-client privilege or the attorney work product doctrine. The guiding principle is the concern that exposure of the prosecuting team to privileged material may result in the exclusion of evidence should the matter come to trial or even the disqualification of the prosecutor. So basically what they're saying is they want an independent third party to be able to analyze this. I know that, Harvey is the lawyer here, but you've been dealing with these cases. So this is not an unusual process in my opinion.
No, not unusual at all. It is a necessary step that they would be taking in the background here. But so little, anything that happens here is not going to be in the background when the attorneys get involved. And you're right, people shouldn't read too much into this. It's interesting, they talk about the possibility down the road of prosecution. We don't know. We don't know if there's going to be a prosecution here. We don't know that there's been a crime committed. We just don't know anything. Certainly, I fully understand why a large number of people feel like there was a crime. But the reality is we just don't know at this point. So don't read too much into the fact that you've seen this letter to them talking about prosecution and talking about potential evidence. We just don't know yet. And this all comes back to getting the toxicology, the autopsy results. And, you're right, Don, that the sheriff seems to be ignoring the fact, and you could say from one viewpoint that this is commendable on his part, that he's not caving to public pressure, but you could also look at it and say that he's sort of burying his head in the sand and acting like this isn't a huge story with no importance. You could have a news conference where you come out and acknowledge that and say, yes, we've seen there a bunch of theories out there, but we can't start just, optics matter. Optics matter when you have a case at this level, and the sheriff could really be helping himself out and his department out by acknowledging that. I'm not saying he's got to come forward and start debunking theories, but optics matter when you can have a news conference where you acknowledge, say this to people and explain why you're not debunking, and explain why you can't talk about the evidence that you have or don't have, or the witnesses that you've spoken to. All those things make a difference and might calm down the public pressure on his department, on the ME's department, to actually come forward with some results.
Just one thing, because I know you're very busy. So you guys have I think you had an exclusive with one of the interviews. And also there was I think Nancy Grace reported that there was a new fight, but if you look at the Cajun Navy's report, it appears to be the same fight that was mentioned in that. Was there a new fight? And What do you make of now? I mean, because I think I don't think you would disagree that the friends are on a PR, a PR blitz to change public opinion because they believe that they in the court of public opinion they're not doing so well, that they have been sort of demeaned in some way, disparaged in some way.
I think it's weird. I think it's weird.
Yeah.
When Warren sat down with the guy, I know we don't like to say his name, sat down with him, I was like, okay, this one kid and his mom is a judge and maybe he wants to sort of clear his name. But now every week, another friend sits down or another friend sits down and now they've got this lawyer and they're sitting down and doing interviews. It's weird to me. And it's not just weird. There people are going to say things on the internet. Why does that rise to the level of you need an attorney to now sit down and do interviews to publicize yourself, to try and change the court of public opinion? Why do you care about a court of public opinion? Because you didn't do anything. And ultimately, if you didn't do anything, and maybe they didn't, let's take them at their word and their attorney that they have anything to do with Nolan's death. That's all going to come out when the results of the autopsy come out, when the investigation comes out. So why are you now getting? It's almost like I get like this attorney has probably convinced them, yes, do this and talk about this and it'll change public opinion. But what it really does, it makes some people will look at it and go like, well, what are you getting out in front of? If you didn't do anything, there's nothing to get out in front of. So in some ways it can backfire on you. It's just weird to me. And then you also run the risk of what did happen is that one of these kids sits down and blasts Nolan's mom and says that she was wrong to put out that photo. And that's not going to play well in the public for you, man, that you're attacking the mother of your best friend, who you're so distraught about losing him, yet you're doing an interview where you're attacking his mom.
Yeah.
It's just stupid. The old saying is, anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law, but also in the court of public opinion.
That's a good question. That is an excellent question. Why are you Nolan's mother? You're saying that Nolan was your best friend. You're saying that Nolan was your brother. You're all of this, but you're attacking his mother. Make that make sense. It makes zero sense. Everything that they're doing in the public is the direct opposite of what they're spewing out of their mouths. Let's keep going. We still got about 30 minutes until the third part of the boys or the young man's video or interview with Officer Tatum. Bear with us. I thank everybody for being here. Shout out to the Truth Gang. I thank y'all. Thank you for becoming a new member. Thank you for all the gifts in the super chat. I really appreciate you and justice for Nolan Wells. Let's keep going.
And so I don't get why they're doing all these interviews.
Well, I have been saying, Charles, the kids are young, right? They're young men. To have attorneys and their families, for me, it's about the people who are advising them. First of all, you do a far right-wing, streamer. Okay, that's one thing, right? You're a kid, but then you keep going on, and it just seems like maybe we need to recommend a crisis PR person to them so that they can figure this. Figure this out. So it's not really so much about the young men, and I mean, and people. The internet is a tough. It's a tough place. Anyway, Charles, I don't want to keep you.
The more they say, it's like I get that if you're distraught about the loss of your friend, and let's say they are, talk about that and leave it at that. If you feel like you must say something, but too much of it has seemed like they're just defending themselves, and if they've done nothing, why are you so vociferously defending yourself?
Yeah, there's a doth protest too much kind of feeling here again. And
you're right. Don, we do have to remember, like you said, I think that's so true. These are kids, and I was thinking as I was watching the interview yesterday, they're 19 years old, even if some of them might be 20, they don't really know. And they're taking advice from their parents, they're taking advice from lawyers who get in their ears and say, this is a good idea to do this. I just don't know that it necessarily is.
Yeah.
Let the evidence that the police find, let that speak.
Yeah. And look, again, we don't know what happened. Not saying that they did anything, but we are going to analyze the interviews and the media strategy and what the attorneys, if you hire an attorney and you put it out there and we're going to analyze it and talk about it. So that's just going to keep bringing it up back into the meat.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I agree.
Thank you, Charles. All right. We appreciate you joining us. Say hello to everyone over at TMZ. We appreciate the work that you're doing.
Don.
Okay. Thank you. We'll see you. Charles Boudier from TMZ. Okay. We have three great thought leaders and minds who are going to join us right in a bit. Reese Colbert is here. Clay Kane is here. Teslin Figaro is here as well. And we're going to talk about the breaking news that we have. More breaking news coming, this one out of Washington, D.C. regarding this case, that it may now get some national attention from the powers that be in our government. We're going to bring them on in a minute. First, a word from our sponsors.
Hey, can I ask you a question?
Let me skip through.
Have you ever made a decision?
I'm going to skip through the commercials. I don't like commercials. So I skip through them. Please hit the like button while we are trying to get back to the actual important part of the show. Thank you so much for being here, everybody. Woo, you're in. Okay, we're back. We're back.
Lemon. Okay, thank you everybody for joining us. Appreciate that. We love our sponsors. They keep us powered. Okay, Reese Colbert is a friend of the show and the host of the Reese Colbert Show. She joins us. Clay Kane, also a friend of the show, journalist, author, and a Sirius XM host. He joins us. We're going to talk about the show that they had. We'll talk about that later. Very successful. I heard it was amazing. And then Teslin Figaro is a founder of Teslin Figaro Communications Group and a Florida Supreme Court certified civil circuit and appellate conflict resolution mediator and trainer. She delivers communication strategies, political consulting, crisis management, and training. She's also a friend of the show. Thank you all for joining us. Teslin, we got this information. I must be honest here. I saw your post on it. I had not gotten the information yet. But Teslin, Congressional Black Caucus urges Attorney General Todd Blanche and the FBI Director Kash Patel to launch federal review of Nolan Wells' death. Talk to me about that.
Absolutely, Don. Thank you for having me.
Good morning.
Good morning. So yes, the Congressional Black Caucus is now asking the feds, if you will, the FBI, to get involved, to launch an investigation. They are asking that 7 days, that they give a written response within 7 days. This is major news. I want to also just bring, just for clarity, and you know this, Don, and I think Reese knows as well. I've worked with Attorney Crump as a senior public policy advisor since 2012. So every major case that Attorney Crump has been on, I've been affiliated with in one way or the other. So this is important that we talk about what needs to happen from the legislative side. And I'm a little bit on 10, so pardon me, but when we put it out this morning and folks were in the comments saying, you know, well, we can't trust, you know, this FBI, you know, well, why would we be bringing it to the FBI? Let me just do a little bit of straightening, if you don't mind, Don. Can I just have about 2 minutes just to straighten?
I don't think I can stop you, Teslin. Go ahead.
Yeah. I'm trying to
give our other panelists time to talk, but go on.
Yes, I will.
No, go ahead, Teslin. You got it.
I just want to say this quickly. And all due respect, you know, to Dr. Umar Johnson. I saw his interview the other day on, you know, one of the platforms, The Art of Dialogue, where he was saying, you know, why is Ben Crump not taking this to the feds? You know, why are congressional leaders not taking this to the feds? And then immediately when this was put out, folks in the comments said, well, why are y'all taking it to the feds? So this is where I'm confused, Reese, because some of these content creators also say we don't need to be involved in the political process. So if we're not involved in the political process, which has everything to do with who is in charge of the DOJ, and then you say take it to the feds, and then we take it to the feds, and then y'all in the comments saying, why did y'all take it to the feds? Then y'all say don't vote. I'm just confused. If anybody out there can get us a new Department of Justice by close in a business 5 o'clock, please post it. The Congressional Black Caucus, Attorney Ben Crump, is doing everything possible in order to put it on the record. Nobody is saying that we're putting all of our hopes in the DOJ. I'm saying the same thing that I said in the civil documentary on Netflix, which is over 100 cities have changed policy as a result of these cases. People don't want to talk about that, Reese, but that's just a fact. So we have to put it on the record. That's what FAMU College of Law taught me, to put it on the record so that if the feds don't do anything, if the state does not do anything to bring charges against whoever is guilty, now we have it on the record. And since the feds love doing hearings, let's do a hearing. I'm down. Y'all down? Because I'm down. Let's do a hearing. Let's do an open hearing. And let's bring in everybody, including these so-called attorneys who are now representing these so-called friends. And let's also be careful on keep saying friends. The family has said over and over, these are not the friends of Nolan Wells. I noticed the media keeps saying friends, just friends. I listened in a moment ago, but the family said they are not friends. So let's just put it all on the record. So let's do it wide open. Let's what everybody see. I'm gonna give the other panelists, but I do want to clarify some lies that have been going around on social media that I think is critically important. I know Attorney Crump wants to get out as well. I'll turn it over.
Okay, just real quickly, and we'll come back to that because we were talking about the interviews, but I want the other panelists to get in. Reese, you have been invoked because you said Reese, just you said Reese knows. So Reese, what's your response? You know, we got the interviews, we got this from the Congressional Black Caucus, and also this is the letter, if we can put it up, actually the actual letter to the Attorney General and to the head of the FBI. And it says, Dear Attorney General Blanche and Director Patel, more than a month has passed since disappearance and death of 18-year-old Nolan Xavier Wells, and his family is still without fundamental answers about what happened to their son. The Congressional Black Caucus stands with the Wells family and joins their call for a full, transparent, independent, and timely investigation into the circumstances surrounding Nolan's disappearance and death. It is unacceptable that so many questions remain unanswered as the Wells family continues to suffer what is already an unimaginable loss. And then they go on and they talk about other things here, which we can get into later. But go ahead, Reese. Good morning to you too.
Oh, good morning, everybody. Tasman, I think she broke it down perfectly. The reality is that we want answers. And the way that you get answers is by getting people to advocate on behalf of the family. It's no different than we would want people to advocate for all these Black people who mysteriously turn up hanging from trees all of a sudden in Mississippi, and we don't get answers. And so when you have people understand the mechanisms with which that we can get answers from the DOJ, from the FBI, and to be clear, there are still career prosecutors, there are still career investigators that have not been politicized. We see prosecutors who have, quit the DOJ because of their discomfort with some of the things. And Don, I think you can attest to that in your case. But I think that what I hear is that there are a lot of people coming from different angles who are putting out information, who are encouraging the release of information. The guys, I don't want to call them boys and I don't want to call them friends. If you were to believe what they're saying, they have a vested interest in the truth coming out. They have a vested interest in the investigation moving forward and their names being cleared if their name should be cleared. And the family does as well. I'm encouraged by any kind of step that moves forward with getting more hands on deck to understand what happened. What we do know is that foul play has not been ruled out because the independent autopsy has not ruled out that something may have happened. It has not definitively declared that it was an accidental drowning or anything like that. We don't have the state's results. And so until we know definitively what happened, if that's possible through an autopsy, these questions have to be asked, and as many people as we can to sound the drum, the better.
Mm-hmm. Clay, good morning, sir.
Good morning. There's something on my mind. If I could just take a minute, like Tina Turner, something on my mind. And I wanted to come on last week, but I couldn't. I just want to say this really quick, and it ties into what y'all are saying. I saw the interview that you did with the alleged friend, Emmanuel. And I was so pissed off. I was so outraged by what he was saying about the state of Mississippi. Just a couple of key things. One of the things he said was that Emmett Till whistled at Carolyn Bryant. That's a Jim Crow lie. We don't know that. We know that's what she said. Then he went on to argue that because all these Black folks are allegedly having children with white people or people who are non-Black, that's proof that racism and the Magnolia State has changed or evolved, or it's not like what people think it is from looking on the outside. Strom Thurmond, the racist Dixiecrat, had a child with a black woman. Still racist. You know, Don, I have a black father and a white mother. My white mother's family was racist as hell, to the point where they stopped speaking to her altogether. To see that man, I know he's not a politician, I know he's not a celebrity, but to see him come on here and tap dance like that, considering what's happening right now and the justice that the family is asking for, is crazy. And then when you look at the data in Mississippi, black folks in Mississippi, I think the median household income is $37,000. For white folks, it's $68,000. All the data is there. So, and furthermore, Benjamin Crump never went to the state and said, this state is racist. He never did that. He didn't scream that. And so, as what you were saying before, when people go in certain spaces and asking for justice, you're suddenly screaming racism. So, Mr. Emmanuel, if you're listening, brother, I don't know who you're dating. I don't know who you're with that makes you feel more warm and fuzzy inside. But that was and to bring up Emmett Till, and to babble the shit that Carolyn Bryant said, who lived until her 90s. So it is a racism issue, but it's also a deep ignorance issue.
I agree.
And that's what's frustrating. And then
agree.
to see those kids, not kids, grown-ass men, go on the former Officer Tatum show, who is like Candace Owens 3.0. I know Candace Owens has done a remix now and did all her rebranding. But Candace Owens, Diamond and Silk, this is just, as Frederick Douglass said about a man named Isaiah Montgomery.
Okay. All right. I need everybody that is not here for Nolan Wells to please leave my platform. Okay? Because what you're doing is disrupting us while we're trying to learn and get updates about the Nolan Wells case. This is not about Trey Reed, and this is not about Tasia Fortune. On top of that, you're lying. Okay? The man was not arrested for her death. He was arrested for a gun charge. Stop spreading misinformation. Somebody else will come in here and say anything about Chicago, Trey Reed, Tasia, or anybody other than Nolan Wells. You're going to have to get out of here. I'm going to put you out of here. Thank you so much for the gifts. Let's get back to it. We got about 15 minutes before the grown-ass man, like he just said, interview with the former Officer Tatum starts. Bear with me. We're almost there. I just want to hear what they got to say. Guys, stay respectful. Stop trying to change and stop cussing. Who you talking to? So if I'm a racist as F-U-K or C-K or whatever, get out. Why are you here? Jesus. Say something else. You got one more time, Arnold. Let's get back to it. Say something else, please.
In Mississippi. Others will be dazzled by fame and imitate their bad example. We're not saying that this case is solely about race, but to not see the intersection of it is crazy. And to say because black folks and white folks had some kids, that proves this thing is, we're past all that. As when I was just in Mississippi, there are still Confederate monuments. They honor places that were former plantations. And whether it's Louisiana, Mississippi, my hometown of Philadelphia, that's the shit that's driving me crazy about this case. And if racism was a non-issue in the state, then all these issues wouldn't be coming to the surface.
And can I just say one thing? One person that we know we can rule out as a suspect, not just one, but I'll say this, Christine Wonsley is not a suspect. She was nowhere near Horn Island. She was nowhere near that boat. So she doesn't have to defend herself for shit. Anything that she does as a mother trying to find answers to what happened to her child is completely fucking justified. She doesn't have anything to hide. You already broke down the letter as to their stipulations for which they will turn over the phone, because I think with reasonable suspicion and skepticism, they want to make sure that there's going to be independent and professional investigation into that phone. So what they're stipulating to and what they're requesting is 100% reasonable. So for anybody to go on TV and go on these stupid ass fucking interviews and sit up there and make her out to be villain or make her out to be the suspect, this woman has been terrorized. She's had false complaints against her livelihood, the work that she does, in addition to losing her child. And so, you know, regardless of what comes out, even if these, I'm going to say, I don't know what's going to happen in terms of the ruling or who's a suspect or not a suspect, but shame on anybody, especially these guys, for trying to cast aspersions on a mother who has lost her child.
Amen.
Well,
I agree.
and Don, I want to put this out here because I have told Tatum, who I was on News Nation with the first week, let's just have it live. Since you guys want clicks so bad, let's do it live. Let's call Versus up. I want a me versus Tatum. See, it's really easy, and I say this respectfully, but it's very easy for him to go back and forth with other commentators, to go back and forth with everybody else. Why don't you talk to me? I'm the only woman in the Ben Crump, and I'm not saying that to flex. I'm just giving facts. I'm the only speaker in the documentary for Attorney Benjamin Crump, the only one in civil, Don. Why won't Brandon sit down with me, who actually talked to the family? Sit down with me that's actually worked with the attorney for over 15 years. Let's go line by line by line so that I can debunk. Because, see, a lot of folks get on and say, well, we don't know. See, I actually do know. I actually do know that when the prosecutor, that lie that they have out yesterday saying that Ben Crump never turned over the phone. See, I actually do know that the letter was given to them that said, give us the date and the time. We will go through the phone line by line. Let's stop bullshitting around, Don. Ask Tatum. Let's do it live. Let's not do, he said I can come to his show. I don't want to go to your show. I don't want you in charge of editing. I don't want you in charge of producing. Let's do it live, him and I, and let's go line by line by line, the timeline. I'm in contact with this family. I'm in contact with Attorney Crump.
Tatum, you've been called to the front. Come on to the front. And I disagree with the comment saying that Tatum would blow her away. Tatum would be too busy tap dancing. Let's be realistic, to blow this young lady away. I believe that this young lady, and this is my first time ever hearing her, would destroy Tatum. He speaks off scripts. He's not going to be able to have any comebacks on a live review. Let's be real. Let's keep going. 10 minutes until this video starts.
I know Attorney Crump's record through and through like the back of my hand. Let's really talk about it, Don. When these attorneys, who are Trump attorneys, by the way, the lead attorney is Trump attorneys that have sued CBS on behalf of Donald Trump. Let's let the people go through and decide, do they want to believe Trump's attorneys or do you want to believe Ben Crump? Do you want to believe Brandon Tatum when he says that Ben Crump only defends when white people are involved? Or can I run down to you the last 10, 15 cases where everybody was black, plaintiffs and all, defendants and all? Do you want to believe Brandon Tatum when he says it's only about race? Or do you want to sit down with me so we can go through the 95% of the other cases that have nothing to do with race? See, it's very easy to sit up here and talk, Don, with people that don't have the information. I say that respectfully because I know everybody's doing their best, but I want to come on in the room, Brandon. Sit down.
Oh, you don't want that much truth, though.
But hold on, cousin, do it here. Do it here, and I'll just sit and let you guys talk. If you don't, no live, no edit.
He's been called, okay? So all these Tatum lovers that are in my comments, he's been called to the front line. Let's see if he comes to the front line. I want to see. Brandon Tatum is a tap dancing coon. That's what he is. And I said what I said. And I can say that. Period. Let's keep going.
Editing.
No editing. Officer Teslin from the United States Air Force. Let me look in the camera. Teslin Figueroa, the security police officer, called AKA Defender for the Air Force, is here to serve. Let's do Officer Tez versus Officer Tatum, and let's get to it, and let's do it live, Don. We don't have to worry about no panel. Let's go through the timeline. Let's go through what the mama said. Let's go through what the friend said. Let's go through it each and every one. Let's stop talking the ring lights and let's get in the ring.
Oh.
I like her. I like
Teslin.
her.
Wow. Okay, so Teslin, let's just a couple of things that I want to ask you about. Because the friends have been doing these interviews. Let me just play this. I want to play this and then and then I'll ask my question. Play this. Roll this, Andy.
So like his mom blasting us on social media from the get-go, saying that he was out there with Warren and another guy. That's where it first started to take off. And then also the fact that she posted a picture of me and Morgan and another guy and Nolan on the boat together, blasting that out there, pushing this narrative, kind of, I guess. I wish that would have never happened either. And I don't think those would have never happened. A lot of this stuff wouldn't have been as viral or gone all over the country at this point. I mean, this is a countrywide news story that is just blown out of proportion. And the fact that it was our best friend and it's not what people are saying it is what hurts the most. I mean, that was our brother. I mean, straight up. That's what I told his dad the night that he came over to my house. He was like, well, saying something. I was like, dude,
he was not your brother. If he was your brother, you would have never left him on that island, as you say you did. So stop calling Nolan Wells your brother. Siblings don't leave people on. They don't leave each other on remote islands with no phone and no for sure way back. And you said that he was drunk. I cannot believe these people. Sometimes I just don't even want to listen to this, but we have to.
That was my brother.
All right, so listen, let me just say this. To say that the mom is, blasting, it's wow. Not. And look, again, these are young people. You guys, how you feel. I'm just saying that this is not a good idea for them to do these interviews.
Well, actually, I want to keep talking. Yeah, objection.
As I was saying that, I was saying maybe it's a good idea for the family. Yeah, go on. What do you think?
Well, also, they were dealing with a missing child at this point. Yeah.
Right, and wasn't there something you guys can? Did she put this picture out? If she's looking for her child, she's going to put a picture out of the people that they were with. But didn't they get the bathing suit color wrong or something? She was like trying. I don't know. I can't remember.
Well, I'll be happy to correct it. To actually talk to the family. Number one, she literally said, like you would do with anybody else, this is the last time I saw my child. This is who he is with. Any investigation would say, well, who were they with last? Describe who the people they were with last. This is the last time I saw my child. So there was never on Christine, for him to sit there and say, I just wish she would have never did it. That's what hurt the most. Well, how the hell do you think she's hurting? How do you think she's feeling? And again, dude, when he said, well, I told his dad, dude, that was my best friend. If you was the best friend, you wouldn't have never had to introduce yourself as the best friend. So let's stop this narrative on this friend. And let's also, I say this respectfully, Don, these are not boys. These are grown men who are sitting there next to an attorney who is literally allowing, encouraging them to make these statements. And on behalf of FAMU College of Law, I want you to continue talking. Y'all not talking enough. Keep the podcast mics on. Keep on talking about it. Because see, there's something called discovery. And the same way that they are also trying to intimidate content creators, by saying that content, including you, Don, who's also on the list, by saying content creators can't talk, jeopardizing.
By the way, I'm on the list as well. I'm on the list to sue. I don't give it a goddamn, but I'm on the list. So shout out for me being on the list. I must be ruffling some feathers. Let's keep going.
People's First Amendment. Yeah, let's keep it going so that we can bring everybody's statement into discovery. So yes, this is a national case. It should be a global case. Let's really get down to it. So I appreciate you, Don, saying they're doing the wrong thing and they shouldn't be doing. I'm here to say, keep it up. Y'all not talking enough.
Well, I didn't say that they were boys. I said that they were young men, and I think the adults are at least wiser than they are. I don't think it's wise because to go out there and blast a mother. That's what I mean by that. I don't think it's wise.
They don't care about that though. But see, that's the whole thing. See, this attorney. Let me just go ahead and call a thing a thing. In the letter, in the donation, it says they're coming after Attorney Crump. So even though you're looking at it from a crisis comm standpoint, I have a crisis comm firm. I get that, but they're not looking for wisdom. They're looking for how can I make sure that I take down Black America's Attorney General. This is way bigger than just Nolan Wells. We've never seen a lawyer from the other side, because typically being is suing the state. So you don't see a lawyer pop up and say, I'm willing to take on Attorney Crump. His name is mentioned all throughout the donation, and notice how they mentioned it there. Brandon Tatum is very clear about who he is targeting. So they're not concerned about getting to the root of this. They're concerned with making this a larger issue to say that anybody that comes and defends Black life, we are now going to counter. We're going to counter with lawsuits. We're going to counter with social media. We're going to counter with interviews. And I'm saying we're here for it. We got lawyers too. We got ink and toner too.
And do.
We too can countersuit. So they're not concerned, Don, because if they were, any lawyer would tell them to shut their mouth. So why don't we have the hearing so that the grown men who were last seen with Nolan Wells, I'm not accusing you of anything except being the one that was last seen, according to his mother, with Nolan Wells. We would love to know if somebody else saw Nolan Wells. Let's have the hearing so we can see it, because as it stands right now, Mississippi has not given information to the parents. That's just the facts. So to say that he's not, that they're not cooperating is a lie. For Brandon Tatum to say, well, why didn't Ben Crump give him access to the boat? Dr. Umar said the same thing. It wasn't Ben Crump's boat to give them access to. So let's stop bullshitting, and either we're going to do a real case or we're going to do a media case. And if we're going to do it, let's make sure we get all the witnesses involved who actually know the information, and let's stop speculating. I was very clear in the beginning when I said, if you don't want people to speculate, investigate. Christine has never accused anybody of racism.
Right.
She has never said it's about race. She's never said things. What we are arguing here is this is not about you and your good white friends and good white folks that you work with. We are talking about a system, Larry Elder. I just threw he just called it straight. A system that Fannie Lou Hamer said about Mississippi. She said they don't just bring you out, they do it in a subtle way. So people can either believe Fannie Lou Hamer or you can believe this attorney and Trump's lead attorney. The people, it's truly up to the people.
Reese, Reese, because I think Reese has a time crunch. Go ahead, Reese.
No, I think, look, I don't know if I'm needed here. Y'all got y'all hold it down.
But Reese, I will say something. I will say something if you can add to. Look, I think Tezlin's right, and I think that what I have been saying is that it's not a good look attacking a mom, and also to.
All right, fam. The interview with the boys is about to start, so let's just we'll stop right here. We'll return to this because I really like Tezlin. She's really giving it to him. Sorry for the delay, but let me go ahead and pull up the other interview, the part 3 of the interview with Brandon Tatum. Hey, all you Tatum lovers, get on over there, Tatum's channel. You know, you don't have to be in my comments. This is going, premiering on his channel. Go over there. All right? All right. Thank you for your patience. Thank you for your support, everybody. I love y'all. And justice for Nolan Wells. Justice for Nolan Wells. Like I said, this is Tatum. It's streaming live. Get on over there to his channel. Leave us alone, please. And thank you. Thank you very much. Come on. All right. Let me take it down. All right, 59 seconds. I can't play that music. It's a copyright, so I apologize. But again, I'm grateful for everybody that's here. Appreciate you. Head on over there to, yes, please, go on over there to Brandon Tatum's channel. Please and thank you. "30 seconds until the interview starts. Why has Crump stopped responding to Trey? I don't know. This is not about Trey Reed. I might talk about him one day. Come back when I talk about Trey Reed. Who are you calling ignorant? Who are you calling ignorant? Why is his intro so long? Well, I do have a long one as well, but it's ridiculous.
Like I said, like lights up a room when he walks in it, but like no, I'm not
No
joking.
jokes.
It's like an
No
understatement.
jokes.
I mean, he's great, dude. Like most genuine guy I've ever met in my life. Nolan would always be at our houses, stay at our houses, and for his parents to come out and say, "Oh, well, we don't know these boys." Well, then does that mean you don't know where your kid's staying at night? Because he was staying at our houses.
As far as the
Did you hear what he just said? He really just attacked Christine again. This is diabolical to me. They were never his friends. This is what makes them look guilty. You just attacked her motherhood again.
Investigation is concerned, did you guys give your phones over to investigators? All right, we have Morgan, Jax, and Warren here. Now that I got you guys all here, what I want to do, and I want the audience to be able to have an opportunity to hear some of the things that have been put out there cleared up. You guys know better than anybody else what happened. I only had, from the perspective of Warren last time, and now that you guys are here, I want to get the full perspective so that people can know what happened and they can judge for themselves. And the first thing I want to start with is your relationship with Nolan. What was y'all's relationship like? I'm sure, jump in however you feel, but there has been talks on social media that you guys are fake friends of Nolan. You weren't really his friend. Can you explain that to me and the audience?
Yeah, I mean, I don't care what anyone says about my relationship with someone else. I know my relationship with Nolan. Nolan knew his relationship with me. I know who my best friend is, and he knew that too. I mean, he knew our relationship. But so basically, like, no one can tell me how I feel about someone or how someone felt about me, especially someone who's gone now. I mean, Nolan knew the relationship we had, but describing Nolan, like, that man was the funniest dude ever.
Always
like,
had a smile on his face.
Always.
I mean,
dude. Like,
if you needed to laugh, I think Nolan would be the only person, one of the only people I would call.
Man, I ain't ever seen him like mad, dude.
He was
the peacemaker
of
our friend group. I mean,
Yeah.
anytime anybody had beef over somebody, over a girl or whatever, he would go over there and start talking to him. He's like, man, I think this guy's actually pretty cool.
Yeah, this
I
guy's
don't think we
cool.
should. I think we should become friends with this guy.
Yeah.
And lo and behold, we would somehow become friends with the dude, even though he's getting with one of our other buddies' exes or whatever. But yeah, he was all.
Yeah, Nolan's
What did
great.
he just
like,
say?
I'm serious, like,
Awesome.
most
Great
genuine
kid.
guy ever.
Getting with one of his buddy's exes. Is that what I just heard? Let me rewind that. Or was that a joke? I want to hear that again.
It's awesome.
Yeah, Nolan's great. Like,
He
I'm
was
serious,
awesome.
like, most
Great
genuine
kid.
guy ever.
Yeah.
Man. I mean, like I said, lights up a room when he walks in it, but like, no, I'm not
No
joking.
jokes.
Like,
It's like an understatement.
No joke.
It's-
I mean, he's great, dude. Like, most genuine guy I've ever met in my life. And like, I know when people I know I've seen like when people pass a lot, everybody says good things, obviously. And, this isn't just me like being respectful to know him. Like, dude, that was like one of the best guys I've ever met.
I've
man.
only ever seen him mad once. Literally once. That's it. One time. And it was over something stupid. Yeah. But that was the only time I've ever seen him mad. Other than that, he was always smiling or trying to figure out what we're doing that night or whatever. And then again, like, our relationship really started around, would you say, like, freshman year, high school? Like,
well, I was like a little closer with him before y'all because, like, obviously, like I told Brandon last time, like 8th grade COVID year is when Nolan and I like really started hanging out, and then we all started hanging out going into high school. But man, that dude's funny. Life of the party. Like, had so much fun. Like, we had so much fun together. Like, even going up to like Starkville where Morgan goes to school, and like just every
freshman
Oxford,
Destin.
It was fun.
stuff.
Yeah, dude, it's fun. He's
awesome.
Great.
And so there was a conversation that we had, Warren, last time about you not going or ever being at his house, and people took that as if you weren't his friend. Can you guys describe what engagement did you have with Nolan at his house, with his parents, him with your parents? Like, how did all that circulate?
Well, like Jack said, like, he used to pick up Nolan every day. I used to pick up Nolan every day. My buddy Wyatt used to pick up Nolan. Like, literally would pick. We didn't make Nolan drive anywhere.
That's how much we loved him, bro.
Like,
we just always wanted to be
like
there.
that's how much, like, everybody knows this too. Like, Nolan didn't drive. Like, especially at least in our friend group, because Nolan, we always pick Nolan up, regardless of where it was. Like, literally.
Okay, so why did you tell that lie? Why did you just tell that lie? Wasn't Nolan's car parked at one of you guys' houses? Bart's house, Wyatt's house, something like that? Didn't you guys have his keys on top of the Xbox console? Why did you just say Nolan never drive? You guys are just flat out gaslighting the world at this point. Let's keep going. But keep talking. I want you to keep talking, Warren. And do you got another shirt? That's the same shirt you had on the very first interview with Officer Tatum. I'm just saying. Let's keep going.
July 3rd, Nolan rode with me and rode with me to Wyatt's because we had to get parts for a boat. But anyway, just for, it's crazy that I think it's kind of sad that people, I have some friends of mine that I'm very, very close with, and I just don't know their parents. We're grown men. You don't have to know someone's parents to be close with them. And for someone's them to come out and be like, oh,
if you don't know their parents, you're not best friends.
Oh, well, y'all aren't friends with somebody. Well, how are you going to tell me my relationship with somebody else? It's crazy. They've said this all about us, oh, we're fake friends. Well, that's really horrible to say, because if you go look on every social media post on Nolan's Instagram or Facebook or anything else, the only people in it are us and his football guys. That's just so real. Every time Nolan's in Starkville, he's with us. Every time Nolan's anywhere, not even just Starkville, but anywhere. Oh yeah, we went on countless vacations and prom, homecoming, everything. Nolan's with us because we were his friends. It's not that hard to understand. I don't have to prove this to anybody, but that's the truth. I don't have to prove my friendship. And these guys feel the same way. We don't have to prove our friendship with Nolan, but I know it's right.
So was Nolan around your family then?
Yeah.
Nolan was always around our houses. I can even say this. Nolan and Wyatt's dad had a secret friendship that we weren't even in.
Yeah, they were best friends.
We would go over to Wyatt's house, and Nolan, we would all be in the backyard, whatever, doing something, and Nolan would be inside on the couch with Wyatt's dad, and they would just be cutting it up all night.
Yeah, watching movies together.
Scarface was their favorite movie.
Yeah.
They'd watch Scarface
all the time. It shows you the effect all this has had on everybody, not including just our friend group, but our friends' parents and my parents. Our friends were really, and families were really close with Nolan. And this has been a horrible tragedy, not just for us, but for our families and friends too. My mom knew Nolan because she used to drive us from Waffle House to school once a week. My stepdad knew Nolan because he used to drive us. My dad, everybody, and
he would always come to the house too all the time.
And not just that, but I'm talking about from a young age, from 8th grade. But Nolan would always be at our houses, stay at our houses, and for his parents to come out and say, "Oh, well, we don't know these boys." Well, then does that mean you don't know where your kid's staying at night? Because he was staying at our houses. So
shots fired. Shots fired. And we don't know if that is true, Warren, because Nolan's not here. Because you guys allegedly left Nolan on a remote island. You said it. You said he was drinking, drunk, and he wanted to stay on a remote island. And you're throwing shots at his mother. Shame on all these. I want to say some things, but I'm not. I'm going to keep going.
Sorry to interrupt. I know you're enjoying this incredible interview. Make sure you hit the like and subscribe button, and also join our membership program. Let's get back to the interview. Take me to that day on the 4th. Based on what I know from the interview we had and some of the things that Nolan had spent the night and then at your house, and then you guys got up, you went out. Was this the first time you guys went to Horn Island, or you guys used to do this every year? Or
so we've probably been to Horn Island this year alone 3 times with Nolan, and then the previous year we went to Horn Island. Nolan was with us out there then, and every time we go out to Horn Island, usually Nolan's with us, and every single year for the 4th of July when we go out there, Nolan's with us. This is a tradition. Everybody waits all year for Horn Island 4th of July. That is the place to be. That is a party all day, and it is literally right up all of our alleys. That's what we want to do all day.
Perfect. I'm glad you said that. Is that Jax or is that Morgan? I'm glad you said that. All day. It is a party all day on July 4th. So tell me why you left at 4:31 p.m. on this July the 4th. I'm glad you said that. Thank you. Keep talking. Because why did you leave so early? Because that's not all day. Let's keep going.
It's the funnest day of the year. And
Nolan was with us 2 weeks prior to the 4th of July at Horn Island with no one out there. If we had any intention to hurt Nolan at the island, why would we do it
on the 4th of July with thousands of people out there. I mean, it's pretty clear. We literally all went out there for my buddy's birthday, and Nolan was with a whole group of people like we were with on the 4th. So, I mean, that's. Yeah, and it was on like a Wednesday. It's not like
Nobody
this is.
was out
It's
there,
not like
yeah.
this is just like a random like occasion. No,
We've got
we do
there
this all the time,
yeah.
and not even just Horn Island, but Nolan's on the boat with us all the time. We all go on the boat. We all do things together like this. So,
I want to get to some pointed questions about the phone situation, because I think last time, Warren, when you and I talked or spoke, you weren't at the house when the phone was recovered. So I want to figure this out. Explain to me, because a lot of people are still online saying that they find it to be incredibly suspicious that Nolan left his phone. Can you explain, did Nolan ask you for his phone back when you guys were leaving? Was it not a part of the conversation? Was Nolan the only person that left his phone on the boat? Can you guys walk me through that idea?
So I would first and say, nobody has their phone in the water. Even when you jump in a pool, do you have your phone? Like, no, you don't. You're not going to bring your electronic in the water. So what everybody does is they stick their phones on the dash of the boat and they forget about it because you don't have good service. You can't even send a picture through from Horn Island to like somebody else. And so they put it on the phone. And even as teenagers, we don't really get on them. We go out there and we conversate and we see a bunch of people that we usually don't see on a day-to-day basis that we graduated high school with, guys that graduated before us. You know, it's a big meeting, like seeing all your friends that you haven't seen in a while. And so whenever we're coming back in.
This comment is a lie. This comment is a lie, Lulu. They didn't take a lie detector test. Go watch Nancy Grace. The attorney said that they didn't take a polygraph. It was some other type of stress test, and no one took one. Just Katie and one other guy. So no, they didn't. Officer Tatum lied. Go watch Nancy Grace episode from last night. You will hear the attorney say they didn't take a polygraph. Stop spreading misinformation, ma'am. Let's keep going.
He didn't even think about grabbing his phone. He never asked about his phone, along with 5 other people that also left their phones on the boat, and we had to wait at the boat launch for them to come and pick them up, including Javon. I mean, Javon left his phone on our boat.
Yeah, Javon is one of the guys in the friend group.
Yeah.
If I'm not mistaken.
Javon's a friend of mine, friend of ours, like not as tight as Nolan. Javon's in the class under me in school, and he's a friend of mine. But just like a lot of our other friends, Javon's our friend. He left the phone on the boat because we're trustworthy people. We're not going to steal something. We're not going to delete pictures off of someone's phone. We're not going to delete text messages. We're not going to get on anyone's phone because we have no reason to. But Javon left his phone. And we gave Javon his phone back along with everybody else who left their phone on the boat. So
yeah, we'll get to that because I think I have the timeline in my mind. So you guys, the boat is taking in water. You had already left, Morgan, right? You had already left on a boat. So there's 3 boats. You had already left about 5 minutes before this situation happened. The last 2 boats was Bart's boat and Wyatt's boat. And those are the 2 boats that left out because Bart was kind of towing Wyatt's boat out.
Hold on. Wait a minute.
The guys in the friend group.
Yeah.
If I'm not mistaken.
Javon's a friend of mine, friend of ours, like not as tight as Nolan. Javon's in the class under me in school, and he's a friend of mine. But just like a lot of our other friends, Javon's our friend. He left the phone on the boat because we're trustworthy people. We're not going to steal something. We're not going to delete pictures off of someone's phone. We're not going to delete text messages. We're not going to get on anyone's phone because we have no reason to. But Javon left his phone. And we gave Javon his phone back along with everybody else who left their phone on the boat. So
yeah, we'll get to that because I think I have the timeline in my mind. So you guys, the boat is taking in water. You had already left, Morgan, right?
Okay. So the people that are in the chat saying that they left early because their boat was taking on water, Morgan left before them. Even though they said this is an all-day event on July 4th, Morgan left prior to the boat that had the bilge pump problem. So that's a lie, what you just said. Stop deflecting. Let's keep going.
You had already left on a boat. So there's 3 boats. You had already left about 5 minutes before this situation happened. The last 2 boats was Bart's boat and Wyatt's boat. And those are the 2 boats that left out because Bart was kind of towing Wyatt's boat out. So you guys are on the boat. What was the conversation with Nolan? Because Nolan obviously had come in on Wyatt's boat. You guys are all getting ready to leave. So what was the communication like with Nolan?
So actually Wyatt was saying, told Nolan, because Nolan's with this girl at this point. They're together. Wyatt looked at Nolan. He was like, dude, come on. Boat's taking on water. We got to go, like right now. And Nolan didn't want to go. He said he wanted to stay with the girl. And Wyatt started yelling at me. He's like, Nolan, get on the boat now. And Nolan's like, no. And then finally, Wyatt's like, Nolan, get on the effing boat right now. We are leaving right now. And Nolan said he had another ride back, and we had no more time to waste. We got to get the boat out of there before it goes under.
And it was that, and when Nolan said,
if your boat was sinking, keep talking, y'all. And you were so in a hurry to get the boat out of there before it goes under, Wyatt called Cito. Grandpa called the captain prior to Wyatt calling Cito. When Cito asked, do you need the Coast Guard? No. No. Prior to that, Wyatt's grandpa called the captain per the Cito call and said, no, don't go to the boat. They don't need your help. But you're telling us it was an emergency. And you needed to hurry up and get out of there because the boat was sinking. None of this makes sense. Let's keep going.
That, like, was there an issue that you believe that Nolan will be able to get back, or were you concerned with, like,
so what I can say is I've been out countless times on one boat to Horn Island and came back on another. I've done it before where I went out on one boat and my friends left, and I just know so many people out there. I didn't even think about, do I have a ride already set up? I just know so many people out there that I'm like, okay, there's 100% sure I can find a ride back, and which I have before, you know? And it's one of those things where it's at Horn Island, you don't even have to know somebody to ask for a ride back in. They're going to bring you in. You know, it's not like, oh, are they going to bring me in or are they not? Should I ask? No.
So why didn't nobody bring Nolan in? If that's the case, why didn't Nolan Wells make it back to land? Please explain, Jax. None of you guys make sense. None of you. I don't even know why Morgan's here, because Morgan's boat left before Bart's and Wyatt's boat. So why is Morgan speaking? Where's Bart? Where's Wyatt? Where are the people that were on the boat?
If you ask anybody out there, 100%, they'll bring you back.
Southern hospitality.
Yeah,
The South Mississippi.
I mean, we had somebody.
The boating community is so like tight knit. Like it doesn't matter like who you are. If someone sees you struggling on the island, no matter the case, they will come and help you. They will do anything in their power to help you and bring you back to the mainland.
I'll put another example out there. We know another kid who was pretty intoxicated out there, and he couldn't find his boat. And he asked somebody random that he didn't even know if he could catch a ride back with them. And they were like, yeah, got him on the boat, called his parents, told them the situation was going on, and then took him back on inshore.
And that happened this time, or is
4th of July? This 4th of July.
This current 4th.
So again, why didn't Nolan make it back? If people on the island will take you back and don't know you, what happened to Nolan Wells? Why didn't he make it back?
So you guys you leave. Nolan is there. I'm based on what you're telling me, I'm perceiving that you guys are accepting that Nolan's going to get a ride back somewhere else. Y'all taking on water. Explain to the audience, what is this sinking boat thing like? Because I think that people are in good faith.
Let me address this comment. What happened to Nolan Wells? How would they know? Because they left them on the island. Are you stupid? First of all, dumbass, they're the one that's stupid. because they're saying that they are best friends with Nolan's. That's his brother. Why did they leave him on the island? And then they said he was drunk. So who's stupid again? Those 3 kids that are talking, they the stupid ones. Now I'm gonna put you on up out of here. Take you on up out your misery real quick, because you don't talk to me like that, sir. I don't know who the hell you think you are. Let's keep going.
For acting in good faith, or genuinely curious of like, are you sinking? Do you think you're gonna sink? Because you hear Wyatt on the phone and he's like, we're sinking, we're going down. And obviously you never went down. So can you explain what he was saying about going down? Was there a little bit of water? Was he just panicking more than normal? Or like, what was that? And I want you to explain too, like, what happened to the boat? How did you recover the boat? And how did you get back to the mainland?
So I'm gonna go ahead and first off explain a boat. So a bilge pump is in the bilge. The bilge is underneath the deck where you stand in the very bottom of the boat. And there's a space in there where you have all your electronics, your batteries, everything that controls everything throughout the whole boat. So the first thing that fills up on a boat when it starts to sink is the bilge. And it goes in the bilge and it starts filling up. Well, then the bilge pump kicks on, senses the water automatically, and starts pumping it out. In this situation, the bilge pump had a malfunction. It didn't kick on. And it got all the way to the very top of the bilge, which is the floor level. And then we started to see the boat actually sag down in the water, and we're like, okay, what's going on? So there's a cap in the back of the boat that you can unscrew and look inside the bilge. We unscrewed it. There's so much water in the boat, it started overflowing onto the deck.
Really, it did.
And so at this point, we're like, okay.
Because Wyatt couldn't tell the dispatch at Cito how much water was on the boat. So it's overflowing in the boat and you're sinking, but Wyatt doesn't know how much water it is. I swear, man, I'm going to keep my composure, but this is diabolical.
Okay, this boat's going down. It's going down quick. We don't know where the water's coming in from. We don't know what's going on, and we just go into full-on like panic mode. Get this thing out of here now. So we hook up the boats.
No, call Cito.
Okay.
Let's get to that part. Because you called Cito first?
No, they didn't.
We had the boats hooked up first.
We had the boats hooked up first.
Yeah. Okay.
So we hook up the boats and we start towing them out. And he's on the phone with Cito. Because, hold on, let me go back a second. The electronics completely glitched out. Nothing is working on the boat. There's so much water in there. Nothing is working.
The batteries.
Nolan didn't say, not Nolan. Wyatt didn't say anything about nothing's working. Wyatt didn't say that the electronics went out. Wyatt didn't say that on the phone with Cito. Wyatt said they don't need the Coast Guard.
They're also
the batteries are completely underwater. Like they're everything's fried basically. So we have it connected, kind of towing them out. And
let me explain to you why they introduced that lie about the battery. You remember that part of the Cito call that says, "Is he dead?" You guys remember that part, right? They're trying to say that part of the Cito call was about the battery. You see the play? They're going to say that the Cito call said, is it dead? Not, is he dead? We see you. Let's keep going.
On the phone with Cito, and he's trying to get them on the phone. And as he stated in the moment, he's like, Cito's just asking all these dumb questions. I can't figure out what's going on. And so finally hangs up. And after the trim to the motor started to work again. So they manually trim it down by the buttons on the motor, trimmed it down, and some electronics started to come back on. And they got the boat to crank over. And they're like, all right, untie us, because if you can get a boat on plane, the suction of the water going underneath it will actually pull all the water out of the bilge if you have the plug out. So like say you have the plug out and it's sitting, the boat will sink. If you have the plug out and you're running, all the water will rush out the back of the boat.
When you say on plane, you mean like it has to be going fast enough to be up on top of the water?
Yep. So on plane is you're up, you're running, you're out of the water basically. There's
your bows on plane.
Yeah, so you're up out of the water running.
Yep.
So where are you guys at when this happens? As far as from Horn Island to the mainland, where are you guys at in between there?
So we're probably a mile and a half off of Horn, I'd say, a mile off Horn.
From the start where the CETO call was, we were probably about a quarter mile off the island. Like you could see, it's visible in the picture that you posted that Wyatt is on the CETO call, and it's that video of the boat panning, of the video of the boat getting panned, and you can see everybody in the boat. If you look in the background, the island's right there. So, I mean, going back to like what you said earlier, if we killed somebody or hurt somebody, the whole island is literally not even a quarter of a mile away to see, with hundreds of boats lined up on the island. So that's really all I had to say about that.
Yeah. So we
were about a quarter mile out.
So we were about a quarter mile out, whatever. So they pull the plug out the back of the boat. They have the motor running and everything like that, and they go to take off. So the boat's having trouble trying to get up, and it's slowly coming up because the weight of the water. Finally, it planes off, and the water gets sucked out the back, and they're full speed running. And then after that, I didn't see them anymore. I think you were on the boat. You start from there.
Yeah. So after we planed off, Wyatt kept the boat pinned the whole way in. We ran into the mouth of Fort Bayou, where we came from originally, and we turned into Fort Bayou, went in the channel, ran probably 500, 600 yards into Fort Bayou. Wyatt had jumped out of the boat, put the plug back in the boat, so access water. So water didn't keep pushing and filling the boat up. So then we turned around, and Wyatt brought the boat to the dock, and that's when I had gotten out and got back in the car. And I didn't even drive. A buddy of mine drove me, and we went back to Jax's house.
Okay, so I just want to make this very clear and abundantly clear for the audience. Are you saying that the video that I posted, which is like a 3-second loop, now I have a lot more of the video, but to not expose people that have nothing to do with this, I only posted the smaller part, the 3-second part. Are you saying during that time?
Let me stop real quick.
A portion of that.
First of all, everybody, you're talking about exposing people that have nothing to do with this. Everybody on those boats should be interviewed and talking and telling what happened. They should be able to corroborate the stories of Morgan and Jack. Not Morgan. What is that? Warren and Jack. Morgan was gone. I don't even know why he's here. Why are you even on here? Morgan, you said you left 5 minutes before that boat left. Even though y'all supposed to be there all day, right? All day party, but you left it, 5 minutes. So you left at 4:25. Why are you even here? You haven't got nothing to say. We need Wyatt, we need Bart, and people that were on those two boats to come and corroborate the story. Let's keep going.
Wyatt was on the phone with CETO, so a portion of that is the CETO call, and that Nolan is not on that boat.
Correct.
And that video that's out there is a representation of who was on the boat during that CETO call.
Correct.
So I want to jump back to something real quick, because I was on the island and the reception was bad. I left my phone on the boat when I got out and went in the water. But people are saying online that how can you make a CETO call if the reception is so bad on the island? Because before you said the reception wasn't really good enough to even send a picture message to somebody else. So how is this call being made if the reception is not as good?
I mean, if you listen to the call back, I mean, there's areas in the call where it's splotchy. It's not.
Why are you talking, Morgan? You wasn't there, sir. Why are you talking? And that call was perfectly fine. We heard wind and we heard the background chaos. Why are you talking?
It's not direct. Like, it's not like you're sitting from me to you talking to the person on the phone. I mean, you're obviously out on the water. I mean, you can hear it in the CETO call.
And so when it comes to the reception, because I didn't look at my phone one time on the way out to Horn Island. I mean, it was a beautiful ride.
Of course, because you're not thinking about it.
Yeah, I'm not even thinking. I'm looking at how beautiful this water is.
Right.
We were having fun on the boat. We were playing music, some of Nolan's favorite songs.
Yeah.
So I wasn't thinking about my phone. So I wasn't checking reception. Now, is the reception recover at some point between Horn and the mainland? Or is it terrible reception while you're over the water until you get to the mainland?
I mean, there's really
as soon as you get off the island coming in shore.
Yeah,
you
but there's
start
really
picking
like
up reception
no
again.
definite way to tell where the reception comes in because I mean it's all satellite. I mean,
yeah,
it's different every. I've gotten service 80 miles offshore, like off of a satellite coming to a oil rig.
Yeah,
and I connected to it from the rig, but like
it just depends.
I could go to a Horn Island, not have any service. I could go there and have service. I mean, I think it's truly different, like every time.
So is it fair to say the service on Horn Island is super spotty?
Yes. Yeah.
And it was just almost by chance, in part, that the call was successful to call Cito. Okay.
Yeah. Partly, yeah.
And I want to get to that picture because I think a lot of people are confused about the picture. You guys cleared this up for me last time I came, but I want the world to kind of hear this because I don't think I addressed it last time me and you, Warren, was on the interview. People are saying, and this is how the picture went viral, that the people pictured in the photo were the ones that went on the boat with Nolan and came back. Can you explain that? Because I don't think everybody that was in that picture even went to Horn Island on the same boat as Nolan.
So I can say whenever we all got out there.
Hold on. Before you get there, because I think this will address another issue that people have of saying, well, why are they taking pictures if the reception is bad? Can you point out where this picture took place? What is going on with this infamous picture now?
Yep. So whenever we got there, like I said, I wasn't even on the same boat as Nolan. We pull our boat in. Nolan, their boat pulls in, whatever. I get out in the water. I walk over to Nolan's boat, and I'm talking to Nolan for a little bit, whatever. And I put my phone up on the dash. Nolan puts his up there. As Nolan's putting his phone on the dash, he sees an actual little camera that one of the girls that came on the boat brought. And his first words was, he picks up the camera and he goes, "We got to take a picture." Just like that. And in my mind, I'm like, heck yeah, like let's take this picture. So
Hold on. You got to take a picture, but your boat was sinking. Do you see how none of this is making sense? He picked up his phone and said, "We got to take a picture, but the boat is sinking." I cannot believe this. And I don't even know why Morgan's here. I guess they needed 3 people, one for the Father, one for the Son, and one for the Holy Ghost. I guess that's what this is, symbolism. Let's keep going.
that's where you got me and Nolan and one picture. And then as we're taking that picture, Morgan and another buddy of ours come up and they're like, "All right, like let's take a picture all together of us on the front of the boat." We're like, "All right, yeah, let's do that." So we got on the front of the boat, and that's where that picture is taken.
So that was it taken from a phone or
no, like an actual little camera.
Okay.
Like
and was it taken from where you docked at, or was it taken out there at Horn Island?
It was taken out at Horn Island.
Okay. So, but wasn't on the phone.
No.
Hey, I want to clear this up too, because I'm not aware of this. You guys may obviously have more information. Were people uploading? I know we talked about the service issue, but were people uploading onto social media?
I mean, you could.
Not
you
really.
Think,
no.
you can be
realistically, you could.
You could if you want to sit.
could.
If you're motivated enough to do it, yeah. Like I made a phone call to my mom, and I had to call her like 8 times before she picked up because either her service was bad, she was on the back side of the aisle. On the
Why
south
you call
side,
your mom, Warren?
My service was bad. And
Why you
it was just hard to get through. But like if I went and posted a video,
Why'd you call Judge Ashley Cole 8 times? What was the emergency, Warren? We know what it was, but I want you to. You just said out your mouth you called your mom 8 times. Why did you call Judge Ashley Cole 8 times? Why did Wyatt call Grandpa, and then Grandpa called the captain? Answer that, Warren. None of this is making sense. Why did you call Judge Ashley Ashy Ass Cole 8 times? Let's keep going.
video on Snapchat, like honestly, I don't think it would like either post or send to somebody. I think, I sent my buddy where we were at, a buddy of mine. I was like, hey, come meet us. And I sent him a video and he was like, dude, I couldn't get a hold of you all day. And like, that explains the point. Like I sent him a video where we were at and it never sent until I got insured because I had no service.
Would it shock you? Because Christine Wells, Nolan's mother, is online. She was very shocked that she said Nolan didn't have any Snapchats or something. I'm assuming that whole day. Is that shocking to you if he did or did not have photos or videos or stuff uploaded to social?
Not at all.
Not at all.
Because
I mean,
like we said, we've been out there many times before, and nobody's on their phone out there. First off, and then second off, if you want to take Snapchats and stuff like that, you can, but you're just really going to have to save them to your camera roll and upload them back whenever you get insured. Because when you go to send it, it's just going to have an error. And most guys, when they're out on the island all day, they're really not thinking about posting something on their Snapchat story.
So the phone was taken on like a camera that's not a phone. Yeah. Now, how did that get to you guys, and how did that ended up getting to the internet?
So whenever we first realized that Nolan didn't, I'm not gonna say he didn't. When we first realized we don't know where Nolan's at, the first thing we were trying to figure out, or his mom was, what was he wearing? And so we were trying to remember what color his shorts were. We couldn't quite figure that out. I said black. Yeah, I think we said black. I really did. He was wearing
navy blue shorts.
Yeah, there was like dark blue shorts.
Dark blue. I just said black because I was trying to piece everything together and help out.
And so at this point, we're freaking out. We don't know where our friend's at. And the girl that took the picture,
those shorts were not dark.
She was like,
navy
okay, well,
blue.
I just took this picture of today. This is what color.
You know what they're trying to set that up for? His shorts were not navy blue. We saw his shorts. They were like a grayish, grayish blue, lighter side. You know why he's trying to say navy blue, dark? You guys remember that photo that Nancy Grace pulled up of the three girls and the one African American guy that looked like he got a bra on and got hips and very much, like it looks like a black girl to me. But anyway, they're trying to set us up with that by him saying that Nolan Wells had on navy blue dark shorts, and we see the shorts. They're not navy blue. Lord have mercy, Jesus.
And his mom asked for that to post on Facebook to say, if you've seen him, whatever, this is what he was wearing. And so that's what we sent to her, or that's what she sent to her, because we were just trying to help. We weren't trying to cover up anything. We want to know where our friend was just as bad as everybody else does. I mean, that was our boy. We want to know worse than everybody else does. And so that's how that picture came about.
No, you didn't. No, you didn't. You did not want to know where Nolan was. You already knew where he was. In my opinion, it's my opinion, it's my channel. I can state that. You knew where he was. So please stop gaslighting us. And I said what I said. Sue me. Let's go.
Get to the phone situation of Miss Christine or Miss Wells said online, and I've seen it on the news and everything, as if she had to come and hunt you down to get this phone. Now, I know, Warren, you weren't
oh my God, hold
at
on.
the house.
We got another crazy in the comments asking me to ban him from the channel. Dude, are you insane? It's what you do if you don't like it. You scroll. Why does it take me to ban you to get you off my channel? You are nuts. Y'all are ludicrous. So y'all insane. I'm going to ban your ass. When I want to. I'm going to let your ass suffer right here with us since you want to be here. Let's go.
And so you weren't there when they came to get the phone and all that. So how did this happen? Because last time we talked, you said you told, and I will call her Miss Christine, you told Christine that you had Nolan's phone. Like, can you explain that to me? Because I'm confused. I don't know what's what. Did you tell her you had the phone? And when did you tell her you had the phone if you did?
Okay, so first, we'll start off with, what I have to say, and then Jax, but and if Morgan has something to say. But I want to get this straight. One of the first things I told Miss Christine Wells in the first phone call that ever occurred with anything to do with Nolan Wells being gone, because I was the first person to call Miss Christine about anything, first phone call and anything to do with Nolan Wells. was me making a phone call to Christine Wells. And one of the first things I said to her, with multiple witnesses here, pull up the phone call if you want. She said, oh, well, Nolan's location is with y'all at, where the house we were at. And I was like, well, no, he left his phone with us. I told her this. She knew for a fact that we had his phone. And she knew that I told her, yeah, he left it on the boat with us. Like, a bunch of people did. And so I want to make that very clear that I told Miss Christine there was no reason to hide anything. There was no issue regarding the cell phone. She could have came and picked it up, but instead she sent one of her friends to come pick it up. And that's where these things start to get twisted. But no, there was never an issue with the phone. I told Miss Christine, one of the first things I told her was, we have Nolan's phone, and that's where that ends. There was no issues with the phone or the keys. So I want to make that clear.
So was the keys on the boat with the phone?
No, the
Okay.
keys were
They're at my house.
at Jax's house because we all stayed there the night before. I'm sure if I would have left my truck at Jax's house, I would have left my keys there too. Because
It's just one more thing to think about on the boat.
if I don't have my car or my truck, then why would I bring my keys on the boat? So I mean, there's just no point of bringing it because if I lose them, then there's more stuff to bring that I don't get very excited.
So I want you guys to explain this phone thing. I think Warren already addressed the fact that he told Christine that he had the phone in his possession. So, the whole Life 360 thing is not adding up as far as what you're saying to me compared to what they're saying. Now, how did whoever came and get the phone, how did they get in touch with you guys and how did they get the phone back?
So I got a call from a kid we went to high school with. He called me just asking me questions. He saw people posting on Snapchat, like the picture that was circulating. And he called and he was asking questions. He was like, where's Nolan? When's the last time y'all seen him? And then he was like, so where are y'all at? And I told him, I said, we're at Jax's house. And then Warren got on the phone and I don't know.
So they come to my house, right? And they kind of
hold on before we get there. Was it confrontational or was it just trying to find? It was confrontational.
Yeah,
already?
wouldn't y'all agree?
Yeah,
He was 110%.
He was very
confrontational.
And when did this happen? Was this on the night of the 4th or the next day?
This was the night this was before they came and got the phone.
So this is the night of the 4th, yes.
So you had already spoke to Christine.
Correct.
And then you get a call that was hostile.
Yeah, and then Morgan handed the phone over to me. I was like, oh, let me talk to him because I knew the guy. And I was just like, hey, he was like, where y'all at? I was like, we're at Jax's house. It's like calm down. And then he hung up on me and then.
Okay, so they pull up to my house. And at this point, I'm kind of freaking out. We're all trying to put our heads together on where Nolan is. And I kind of isolate myself in my room, just kind of get in a ball and just lose it kind of basically for a few hours. And they just walk into my house, and I hear all this commotion going on in my living room. And I'm just like, what in the world is going on? So I walk out there. There's probably 10, 15 people in my house I don't even know. And they're all up in our faces, going crazy, asking where Nolan is. And we don't know. And finally they get into Wyatt's face and they're like, where's your boat? Where's the boat at?
Demanding his address.
Demanding his address and stuff like that. And he finally ends up giving it to him. And then let me go ahead and state that while they're there, we give them the phone. They have the phone at this point. Then they get the address to his house. Then they go to his house. And they're searching all over his boat, what I heard and stuff like that. Well, anyways, I don't really know much about that, but they come back to my house at around 1:00 in the morning, and it's his dad this time. And his dad's being really respectable, really, really nice to me and stuff like that. And as long as another friend of theirs, and he's asking me where are the keys at? I don't even know where Nolan's keys are at in my house. You know how hard it is to find a set of keys in a house and you don't even know where to start?
it's pretty hard. So I start scrambling around my house looking. There's stuff everywhere. Keep in mind, all these people stayed the night at my house before. I'm looking through everything. I can't find the keys. I run back to his father or stepfather. And I was like, I don't know where the keys are. And the guy standing next to him's texting somebody. I guess I was at my house. And he said that they're on the Xbox. So I run in. I see him on the Xbox, grab him off the Xbox, and I go and hand it to him. It's plain and simple. It didn't even take 30 seconds.
No trouble.
No trouble at all. So
this narrative that they're pushing that there was any argument over the phone or the keys is completely false. Like, let's get that clear.
Yeah.
Okay.
So they just
guys. I wanted to remind you that Warren is the one that said that Nolan's dad came to the house aggressively. You the one that said that, Warren. Nolan's dad did not say that he was being aggressive when he came to your house. So let's keep going.
Kind of hang around my house, taking pictures of all the cars' license plate in the driveway, stuff like that. And so
When you say they, how many people are here this time?
Like 15.
15 people that you don't know?
They had 4 or 5 vehicles.
I mean, I knew some of
Full
them I
of
went to high
people.
school with, and then some of them I just didn't know.
Now, walk me through this. How do you think it got to this point so fast? That's one thing that I'm curious about. Like, you
jumping to conclusion.
I guess so. I mean,
that's plain and simple.
They went and searched Wyatt's boat.
Yeah, they went and searched Wyatt's boat.
Like
we're
we were
hiding them in there or
hiding
something.
Nolan in his boat or something. Like, what is wrong with
Yeah.
him? Like,
yeah, 100%.
We called law enforcement. I was with Wyatt at the time after we left Jax's house that night. I was with Wyatt, and one person we were with saw that their location was headed towards Wyatt's house. And so Wyatt got on the phone with 911 and was like, hey, these people are on the way to my house or already at my house. My mom and my dad are there alone, and they know nothing about this. But Wyatt's mom actually, when they were looking at the boat, they were actually walking from the boat, and she came out and started talking to them at that point.
But did the police get involved in some degree here?
Yes, that's what I'm about to get into. So whenever they were at my house hanging out, just I guess hanging out in my front yard, finally they wouldn't leave. And one of the people there came up and started banging on the door again for whatever reason, I don't know. My brother actually had to call the cops. And I think they came around 2:00 in the morning and removed them from our property. And after that, we really haven't spoken to them since. But yeah, we had to call the cops and make them leave.
The cops came, you told them to leave. And then is there anything else that you addressed with the cops while they were there?
Yeah, so the cops were asking me why these people are at my house in the first place. And I told them straight up, we don't know where our friend is at. I don't know where my best friend's at. These people don't know where their friend's at. We're trying to figure it out. And they're basically assuming that we did something to our friend, which we didn't. And he said, okay, just taking notes, and then remove them from there.
Do you think that this had anything to do with race at this point? Meaning that they approached you because of race, or they approached you because you were the last people with no.
So at this point, they just want answers. I don't think this was about race at this point. They're mad and furious, and they don't know what's going on.
But I also want to get this straight. Like, I know some of these people, and these people are like good people.
Yeah.
And I went to high school with these guys. Like, they know me and I know them, and they know my friends and they know them. This wasn't about race. They just knew for a fact that Nolan went on the boat with us. And they were worked up, and that's okay. And they were mad, but that wasn't handling things. That wasn't trying to help. You getting mad isn't helping anything. But instead of solving the problem and trying to figure out, hey, where is Nolan? They were just getting pissed off and not handling things the right way. And I mean, that's what happened.
I said you ended up going and looking for Nolan the next morning, but you said you were thinking about doing it that night.
Yes.
And why didn't you do it that night?
So we already called the Coast Guard at this point. We didn't have access to a boat that was already in the water ready to go, other than one that I'm just not allowed to use at all. And I was still this close to taking it out. I mean, I was right there.
So you guys go the next morning, you look for Nolan. Can you explain how did that happen? Who was looking for Nolan? Who was on the boat? Was it multiple boats? Was
Multiple
it one
boats.
boat? Okay, can you explain that? Who was out of this group? Who was on what boat, or who was on a boat or not, going out looking for Nolan?
So me, Wyatt, and Trayson got in the boat. We got in the Palm Beach that morning, the morning after, and we rode out to the islands, and we were met by a DMR. There was 7 DMR boats already out there, DMR and park rangers. We talked to them. We gave them all of our information. They personally asked if any of us were like on the boat with him that day. We told them yes. They just said, all right, well, I mean, we got the area scoped out. I mean, and then after that, we just went up to the beach. I think we met up with y'all in the water.
I took my boat out with Jax and a couple friends of mine, and then my mom and my stepdad. And
they were out there too with you?
Correct. And I just met Morgan and Wyatt and Trayson and his girlfriend out there. And we actually, like, when I rolled up, I parked up next to Morgan and everybody who was with him. And I was like, well, y'all can run around, or like we all planned this out. Like Morgan was going to run around the south side while we covered the north side. And we were just going to try to cover as much ground as possible. But I mean, there were so many DMR boats and helicopters and drones and everything else out there. I don't really know what an 18 and a 25-foot bay boat is really going to do. So, I mean, we sat out there. We went for a couple hours and we looked around and we searched, but we also don't fit the requirement that DMR has and the tools that DMR and United Cajun Navy and all these departments have to look for somebody. Like, I mean, we didn't put that much of a help out, but yes, of course, we went out there and looked for a friend. That's not a question.
Who else in the friend group was out there? Did you see Nolan's family? Did you see some of the other kids that showed up at your house? You see anybody else out there?
We did see
a couple other.
We met up with a coach that was previously Nolan's high school coach. We met up with him. They said that they had previously already been on the island. They walked a good bit down the island both ways, and they were just driving around the island like we were doing. And we eventually got off the island. We got on this rip current. It was going west out towards Ship Island and then back towards Biloxi. And we drove that for a couple miles. People were also looking on that too. There was multiple boats out there not associated with DMR with binoculars. There was people fishing the rip, and we asked them, they rode it all the way from Ocean Springs all the way out to Horn Island. And we were like, did you see anything, blah, blah, blah. Because, I mean, if a person is floating in the water, treading water, they are going to be most likely in the rip. And that all comes into play with the washing machine. I mean, you got
Explain the washing machine for me.
Horn Island and Ship Island, I mean, they come like this, and then there's no island right here. So it just tons of water flows through. The tide goes out. I mean, sometimes it gets pretty gnarly in there, and it creates this big old pool, basically. Yeah. And I mean, if someone was floating, treading water out in the water, that's where they would be. They could be hung up. They could grab onto a log and float with a piece of driftwood or something, or they could find a channel marker or buoy and grab onto that. So, I mean, there was just main keys that you search for, when you're trying to search for a missing person that has to do with water. And I mean, it's either the island, the buoys, or the rip. And then after that, there's not really anything else you can do. Seriously.
And when did you guys communicate with law enforcement? Because the internet, I think, has this false information that you guys never contacted authorities, and that Warren actually talked to me, or you guys talked to me first before you engage. So when did you guys actually talk to law enforcement and give your statements to them?
So as soon as we got off the water from searching for Nolan,
which is on the day of the 5th?
Yeah, the 5th. As soon as we got off the water, I got a phone call. I believe he got a phone call too.
Yeah, I got a phone call while we were out there.
I got a phone call as well.
So basically what it was saying was, hey, take a few questions over the phone, answer the questions, and then they had a date for us to come in for actual questioning.
Okay.
And mine was the 6th. There's like the next day or something like that, you know. I think theirs was too.
I believe mine was the 7th. I would like to say, but not for sure. But
mine was around.
Regardless, like we all cooperated fully. It's not like we had something.
Yeah,
like
full
we were trying to
cooperation from the start. Yeah. Really.
And how deep did they go in this interview with you guys?
Oh, they asked
all the way. I mean, they asked.
I mean, how long was the interview? Like, was it
an hour and a half? I dotted every I, crossed every T. I told my friends, like, listen, go in there and like say every detail, like even what you like ate for breakfast that morning. It doesn't matter, everything you have, because like anything could help. You literally never know. And like it's what we all did. Like we all cooperated. We all wanted to help. We all did everything that we could to help. Regarding this situation, it's not like we just like.
I could say personally, I started my story from the night before.
Yeah, I started
whenever I got off work on Friday.
I started my story from last 5th of July. Like she was like, all right, take me back to day one. And I was like, all right. I mean, we've been talking about this since the 5th of July last year. Like what we're going to do, like how we're going to make this better. How are we going to make this funner? Like,
as far as the investigation is concerned, did you guys give your phones over to investigators?
Yes. We gave our phones over freewillingly. It was our choice just to give our phones over, let them look through them, whatever they wanted to do, and got them back.
Because we have nothing to hide. We wanted to be fully transparent with, you know, the sheriff's department, everybody else including the FBI, and you know anything to do with justice. We wanted to help out, and that's what we did. We gave our phones up, and like Jack stated, we literally have nothing to hide. So.
Yeah, and everybody gave their phones up.
Correct. Yep.
To be forensically evaluated by the FBI?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yeah, so while on the topic of phones, did you guys have any access to Nolan's phone? Did you delete anything out of Nolan's phone? What's your thoughts on Miss Christine saying things may have been deleted?
My thought is that's a blatant lie. I know for a fact that this is the thing. We have no reason to get on Nolan's phone. I have no reason to get on any of my friends' phones. If I had a reason to get on Nolan's phone, I wouldn't be able to get on it because I don't know Nolan's password. I don't know any of my friends' passwords. If I handed Jax my phone right now, he wouldn't be able to get on my phone. I have nothing.
I'd have him permanently locked out of that thing.
Correct.
Yeah.
I have no idea how to get on Nolan's phone to delete anything. But in the first place, we have nothing to delete on Nolan's phone. Like, I don't know what because Nolan didn't take Snapchats that day. That means things were deleted.
He was just living in the moment.
We were just living in the moment like every guy on the planet Earth does. I mean, like, I'm not sitting here filming my whole day. And I get Nolan, took a lot of pictures, but just because Nolan didn't take any pictures from July 3rd to July 4th doesn't mean we deleted something. No, Nolan just didn't take any pictures, and that's perfectly fine. I have one video in my camera roll saved from the 4th of July. So
last question, is there anything you guys want to say to the audience regarding this interview that wasn't covered, or something you just want to get off your chest?
I mean, Nolan was like a brother to all of us. I mean, we loved him dearly.
Nolan was like a brother to us, and I can say without a doubt, nobody wants to know what happened to him more than we do. I mean, we want to know what happened to our best friend more than anybody, and I promise you that.
I just want to say thank you to everybody who's like sat here and supported us through this horrible moment. I mean, we're still teenagers at the end of the day, and for the internet to come and people to come and accuse you of killing your best friend, it's a horrible thing.
Nope. Warren, you a grown-ass man. Nope. If you were black, you would be called a grown-ass man. Stop trying to say we're just teenagers, okay? By law, you are a grown ass man.
And I know Nolan wouldn't want this.
Oh, no.
And it's terrible that it's come to this. It's terrible that it's come to a race battle. But I want everybody to know how much we appreciate the support, and that my friends and I literally sit there and pray for everybody who's sitting here and sending this hate on everybody. Like, my friends are really upset about this, and so am I. That like this has turned into this huge thing. So, I just want people to know that we're praying for people. We're our faith with the Lord's strong, and we're gonna make it through this regardless of what people say about us. Yeah.
Does the law say that you grown at the age of 18? Because Tanya Taylor is acting stupid. I thought the law said at 18 you're an adult. So what are you talking about? Let's keep going. I'm gonna get you up out of here. You don't belong here. You don't belong here, ma'am.
I just want to say one more thing. Nolan is turning in his grave right now. This is the last thing he would ever want his friends to be going through.
Yeah.
Like the absolute last. Like this is he's gosh, he would not want any of this. He wouldn't want this publicity. The fact that we couldn't even go to our best friend's funeral because one, we didn't want to take the attention away from him. I mean, that was his day. We didn't want to do that. And the fact that we couldn't even go to our best friend's funeral is horrible. That's something we got to live with.
The rest of our lives.
So you say you couldn't go. Can you explain that a little more?
Yes, please explain.
Were you told that you couldn't go, or was it something that you derived from the feedback from the family? What made you ultimately make the decision not to go to the funeral?
So it was a little bit of both. It was one. Well, at first we had our heads down. We're like, all right, we're gonna go. We want to go. This is the last time we ever get to see our best friend. We're gonna go. And then as soon as we made up our minds with that, everybody was like, no, you're not. No, you're not. No, you are not. You are gonna either get jumped, hurt, something bad's gonna happen to you. Go to that funeral. And then on top of that, they point out another fact that we're going to take the attention away from him, and that's the last thing we want to do.
Yeah, 100%. And then, like they both said, like Nolan's like a brother to us, and now me and all my friends have to live with. Imagine you were 19 years old and your best friend just died, and now the whole internet's accusing you of killing him, and on top of that, you can't go to his funeral and say your last goodbyes to one of your best friends. Because regardless, and Morgan and Jack's feel the same way. And so does Wyatt, everybody else. I can speak on their behalf about this. Regardless about what the internet says about our relationships with Nolan, we know from the bottom of our heart who Nolan was to us and who we were to Nolan. And at the end of the day, I can say this confidently. We were Nolan's closest friends, and we were Nolan's best friends. And this isn't a competition. I know a bunch of guys that were best friends with Nolan too, like Javon and him. Javon and Nolan were like brothers too, but this isn't to take attention away from them, but this was a brotherhood. Like this was my.
Why do you keep bringing up Javon? Javon, why you keep bringing him up, Warren?
Brother, and for someone to take away, and the internet to take away our privileges to go to his funeral because they think this was a racial thing is absolutely horrible. And like we all feel that way. Like it's sick. Like seriously, it's absolutely sick.
Thank you guys for coming on the interview. I think it's very courageous and brave. I know that you guys know this, that people are going to say things about you, lie on you, even after listening to what you have said on this interview, even the truth that you've displayed on this interview, even with the other interview we did, that there's going to be lawsuits for defamation. People are still going to lie. But I want to say, after getting a chance to meet you guys, that I'm very proud of you guys for telling your side.
Appreciate it.
It's not easy. And I hope that the world could at least give you a chance by hearing what you have to say. And the truth is going to come out, right? It's going to bear witness if you guys are being honest or not at the end of the day. But I applaud you for taking a step at such a young age to come out and at least, tell your side. So thank you guys.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
All right, y'all, that concludes all of our.
All right, guys. All right. Thank you so much. Yeah. That was hard to listen to. It was very hard to listen to, because they are doing a whole PR campaign out here trying to convince the world that they're the victims, and Nolan wasn't a victim, and Nolan's parents are not the victims, they're villains. It's just sick. Everything that we just heard is sick. At the end of the day, I want to thank each and every one of you for coming and kicking it with me in the Truth Gang. Welcome to all the new Truth Gang members. Thank you so much for joining the channel. I thank you for all the gifts that you sent to support the channel as well. I'm going to try to be back this evening. We're going to keep saying his name. I don't care about the intimidation tactics, the scare tactics, or none of that. It is very important that we keep his name alive, as well as others as well. Again, thank you. And I wrote this song for Nolan if you're new to the channel. And I'm going to play it on our way out. The new subscribers, please turn your notifications on so you can know when I go live. I enjoy kicking it with you. So we're going to go out. I'm going to play the song I wrote for Nolan. And basically, this is what I need Mississippi to do. Cough them boys up. That's what I need. Salute.
Mississippi.
Peace and love.
Three boats went to Horn Island.
Everybody dress up for Nolan Wells.
Everybody came back except Nolan Xavier Wells. They brought his phone home, but they left somebody's son behind.
Thank you.
We want every answer. Mississippi, cough 'em up, cough 'em up, cough 'em up.
Yeah. Just for Nolan Wells, guys.
4th of July, headed out in the sun. 3 boats on the water, but they came back -1. Nolan was 18 with his whole life plan. College football dreams and the future in his hands. They went to Horn Island, everybody there together. Sun on the coast, clear summertime weather. But something went wrong before the end of the day. When the boats left the island, Nolan somehow stayed. They said he made a choice, said he wanted to remain, but he cannot tell his side, so the question still remains. Why would he stay without his keys or his phone? Why would everybody leave and assume he made it home?
Who was the last one to see him on the sand? Who counted every person for the boats left land? Everybody got a story, but the timeline got a hold. Mississippi, tell Christine what happened to her soul.
Hey, her baby didn't come home. Her baby couldn't call. Everybody had an answer, but nobody knew it all. If you were there with Nolan, come forward with the truth. A mother needs an answer. What happened to her youth?
Cough 'em up, cough 'em up, cough 'em up,
Mississippi, cough 'em up this time. Bring them boys forward, put the truth on the line.
See y'all later, love y'all.
We are demanding facts. Tell us what happened to Nolan and don't hold nothing back. Cough 'em up, Mississippi. Every phone and every boat, every picture, every message, every word that they spoke. His mother needs the truth, his father needs it too. Cough 'em up, Mississippi. Tell us what happened to Nolan Wells. Cough up the truth. Bring every hidden detail to the light. Cough up the truth. Mississippi, get it right this time. 4:31, they reportedly pulled away. But when was Nolan last independently seen that day? There's a window in the timeline, questions in between. What happened after 4 and what did witnesses see? One boat taking water, bills, Crump acting strange. A call went out for help, then the energy seemed to change. Voices in the background, confusion on the line. Who was on which vessel at that exact time? They reached the mainland, moved from place to place, but nobody turned around to search the island for his face. His mother knew her baby would not vanish on his own. After midnight, she reported that her son had not come home. Search teams hit the water when the morning brought the light. Then July 6th, the living news that shattered every life. Nolan's body found, but the questions only grew. Finding him was not the same as finding out the truth. Her baby didn't come home. Her baby couldn't call. Everybody had an answer, but nobody knew it all. If you were there with Nolan, come forward with the truth. A mother needs an answer. What happened to her youth?
Cough 'em up, cough 'em up,
Cough 'em up, Mississippi, cough 'em up this time. Bring them boys forward, put the truth on the line. We are not declaring guilt, we are demanding facts. Tell us what happened to Nolan and don't hold nothing back. Cough 'em up, Mississippi. Mississippi. Every phone and every boat, every picture, every message, every word that they spoke. His mother needs a truth, his father needs it too. Call from up Mississippi, tell us what happened to Nolan Wells. Cough up the truth, bring every hidden detail to the light. Cough up the truth, Mississippi, get it right this time. They did the autopsy, held the findings for review. The family sought another because they need answers too. Independent examination left the cause of man opinion. The family's lawyer said the investigation was my ending. Questions about his neck, questions behind his head, questions about the tissue and what the findings really say. Where is the final report? What will the evidence show? How did Nolan lose his life? His family deserves to know. FBI assistant county still leading the case. Grand jury expected to review the evidence in place. Ben Crump still beside him said examine every fact. If the light.
Please like, share, and subscribe. Thanks for coming. Please like, share, and subscribe. Come back again.